Welcome, aspiring developers, to an exciting journey into the world of web development with React. I am thrilled to introduce you to a project that will not only expand your horizons but also empower you with valuable skills. My name is Kindness and I am with the best tech. In this project, we will be crafting a beautiful website using React and Laravel for backend API. On the front end, we will dive into React, a JavaScript library known for its efficiency and flexibility. We will harness the power of React hooks like useState and useEffect for state management and side effect handling. Furthermore, we will explore the elegance of styled components, an innovative approach to styling React components with the power of CSS in JS while excluding the use of CSS class names. Most importantly, we will learn how to make our website responsive to various screen sizes while using styled components. Turning to the backend, we will delve into Laravel, a PHP framework renowned for its simplicity and elegance. We will implement Laravel Phantom for authentication, ensuring the security of our applications. You will gain insights into the benefits of using Laravel for creating RESTful APIs, setting you on a path to becoming a proficient backend developer. Throughout this project, we will adhere to the principles of clean architecture and follow the model, view, and controller approach. This means you will not only learn how to create beautiful and functional front-end components, but also how to structure our application efficiently on the back end, making them scalable and maintainable. Now, let me walk you through what we'll be building. We will be building a simple user-friendly reservation website that allows users to reserve various types of places such as nature house or mountain house and so on. This is the home page of our application. Starting with the home page, we have this navbar or this header section, followed by this hero section. We will learn how to create this beautiful slider and how we can customize it to our preference, either by making the scrollable slider infinite or not, by setting the number of data to be shown at each slide, and so on. At this section, we will display the data fetched from our API for featured places. We will see how we can create a customizable slider to showcase featured data when in mobile view. In this section, we will fetch certain number of places from our API. At this section, we have the categories. We will learn how to make it scrollable as well. On clicking on any of these categories, it takes us to a dedicated page where we retrieve all places related to that category. At the top here, we are also fetching the categories from our API such that when we click on any other category, we get the places below. And if no place is attached to that category we clicked, we get this no place available. When we click on any of the places available, we get a comprehensive data about that place, including the name, the title, the user who listed the place, the check-in and check-out, the amenities, and so on. At this section, we have the price of this place, which is $150 per night. The check-in date of this place, which was listed by this user, is 10th of August, and the checkout date is 17th of August. The check-in date listed by this user will be subtracted from the checkout date, which will give us the number of nights, thus multiplied by the place price. The service fee will also be subtracted and we have the total. If we try to make a reservation if we are not logged in, we get this pop-up warning which tells us we have to be logged in first. Since we do not have an account, let us create an account. If the data entered in the input field does not meet the required criteria or constraints set by our application, we get this validation errors message coming from our API. Upon signing up, we get this pop-up, and after a few seconds, it redirects us to the login page. So now let's log in. Upon logging in, we are redirected to the home page, and immediately at the top, we see the user profile image, the default user profile image. If we click on it, it shows the logout button. We will also learn about authentication guarding, a security feature that prevents unauthorized access to certain parts of a website by checking the authentication status of a user before granting them access. If we try to access the sign in or sign up page using the URL, we are redirected and not granted access because we are logged in already. Now we can make reservation for this place since we are logged in. On clicking the reservation button, we have the check-in and check-out validation, which ensures we have to select the check-in and check-out dates. Because not everyone can reserve this place based on this user's listed dates, so for users' experience, we have this calendar that shows us to input our preferred dates or reserve in advance. So I will select 20th and 22nd. 20th for this check-in date and 22nd for the checkout date, which is 2 days. Note that the price of this place is $150 and this user listed this is 7 days. On clicking the reserve button, I get this pop-up that says it has been added to the checkout page, and I am automatically redirected to this checkout page. In this section, we have the place we reserved and the preferred dates we selected earlier, the days as well as the prices. At this section, we can send our name or some other person's name, phone number, and additional message, which is optional. On clicking the submit button, we get this success message. Congratulations, your reservation has been placed successfully. You will receive an email shortly. Now, if we try to access this checkout page after reserving this place, we do not get that place data again. By the end of this course, you will have mastered 5 major concepts effectively. You will have 1. Mastered React and its core concepts, including hooks, state management, and component-based architecture. 2. Understood the importance of styled components in modern web design and how to use them effectively. 3. Gained proficiency in creating RESTful APIs and securing them. 4. Grasps the clean architecture and MVC approach for building robust web application. 5. Gained practical experience in building real-world projects that you can showcase in your portfolio. So now moving on to this category page, we'll start with this header section. Since we already created it earlier, we are just going to reuse that component in here in this page. But first, let's create this page. I'll come here and come to these pages. Under these pages, okay, we already created this category earlier when we started this project. In this category, we are going to have all sections or all components of this category page. We are going to have it in here, just as we did right here in this home page. But we will also create a category component under this component folder. So in this component folder, I'll create a directory. I'll call it category. Now, in this category directory, we are going to have each of all these components. We are going to have them in this category directory. We already have the header section in the layout directory, so we don't need to put it here again. So we will just start with this hero section, then move to the explore, then this place details and so on, like that, excluding the header section and the footer section. We won't have them in here, but we are going to call them, we are going to call them in this pages component. So let's create the function, or say RAFCE, and we have this category. So I'll just format it like this. And here, I won't return a div, but I will return each of all those components that we will have in this category page. So I'll first create a container here that will hold all or each of those sections, or we can as well leave it as div as it is. We can leave it like this and just create each of them in here, or create a component which we call container, and just make it a section or a div, whichever way. But let me just leave it like this and let's see. So I can say the header, the first component that we will have in this category page is the header section, right? And this is the header section from the component layout, then the header section. So I'll click on it and it will import it automatically here. So I'll save that. Okay, there is a typo. I think there is a typo here. We see this category. The idea is, that's a typographical error. So let's fix that. So I'll come here and I'll rename it. It should be category. Yes, like this. And let me change it right here as well. Yes, like this. So we have it. And if we save that, we won't see anything right here. And the reason is because we need to first come to this our app.js. Right in this app.js, the one rendering these components to the DOM. It is just rendering this home page. But we have not created, like a router that, we can be able to click on this, click on that would redirect us to different pages. We have not done that yet. So for now, I'll just comment this one out, and below it here, I will call the category page. So I'll say this category, the pages right here, and that should import it, and I'll save that, and we should see that category page. So I'll come here to this category page, and we have the header section. So that is what we should see. So let me check, and you see we have the header section under the category page, but it's still this link. We still have it under the home page. We'll leave that for now, and we'll fix that later when we deal with routing. When we start working with routing, so we'll fix it later such that when we click on that category, it will take us to this category, any of the category we click on. So let's leave that for now, and let's style this category section. So we have the header section, and let's move on to creating this hero section. So now moving to the hero section, I will come to the directory I created earlier, this category directory, and I'll create a file. I'll call it hero section.jsx. Now in this hero section file, this is where we will create this component for the hero section. I'll call the function, I'll define the function, and here we have the hero section. I'll save that, and in this category directory, in this category page, I can now call that hero section. So I'll say hero section, and we should import the one from this category, hero section, not hero section 1 or 2. So I'll import it, and I'll save that, and we should see the hero section right here below. And let me just say I'll return a container. Let me return a container, and this container will be a section. So I'll say container, and in this container, let me just say hero and define the styled component here. So I'll say const container styled dot section. Import the styled component dot section and give the backticks and close that. So if I save that, we should see this hero right here. So now let's style the hero section. Let's briefly see what we want to create in here. Let's visualize and see what we have in here. So we see that in here, in this category, in this hero section, we have this image which is taking the full width of this page, even though it has margin right here at this side, the right and the left. And we also see that it has this text centered in the middle and this below right here. So it's as simple as that, and it has this border as well, this border radius. It has this border radius at each corners. So that is just what we are creating in this hero section. It's quite simple and straightforward. So let's first create the components. Let's create each and every component, then we move into styling it, right? So let me come here so we can see what we'll be creating. So now in this container, which is the section, we first need to give this image. We have this image, so I'll put the image in an image container. So I'll say image container, and this will be a div, the div holding the image itself. So now in this image container, I'll say image. Now this will be the image itself. So I'll pass the source, the path src, where the image is found, and it is found in the images directory, and the name of the image is, the name of the image is mainpic2, mainpic2.jpg, right? This is the image. And what else do we need to do? We see this text, the South Island and the NZ New Zealand. So we have to come below this image container, and right here we'll create a component that we'll call text container. Text container. Now in this text container will be a div, just a div holding these two texts. Now what do we have in this text container? We have the South Island and this NZ New Zealand. So let me copy this South Island, and I'll come here and I'll create a component which I'll call title text. You can call it title, you can call it title text, doesn't matter, as long as it fits what you are describes what you are the component you are creating. So I'll paste the South Island there, and I'll create another one. I'll call this one description text, right? And I'll copy this NZ New Zealand, and I'll paste that right in here. So we have that component created. So that is it for the component. Let's go into styling it. So I'll come here to the top to create each of them. So I'll say const, and the first one, this image container, I'll copy it here and I'll paste it here, and I'll say styled.div, and I'll copy it and paste it few number of times. This will be for the image, this will be for the text container, this will be for the text title, and this for the text description, right? So let's change each of them. I'll copy this image and paste it here, and I'll copy this text container, paste it here, as well as the title text and the title description, right? So let's change the elements of each of them. Let me close this. So now the first one, image container, will be a div. This image will be an img, right? Because it's an image. And this text container will be a div as well. The text title, it looks big, and that will be heading, to be an heading or a heading, h1. And this will be a paragraph. So I'll say p, the p tag, right? So that is it for the component. Let's style it accordingly. So let me first save that, and let's see what we get right here in this hero section, the image. Okay, now we see the image and we see this text below it right here. So we have to style it properly and move the image at the right position. So let's see it. Okay, we give the margin, we give the border radius, and we adjust the image properly. So let's do that. The first thing I want to do is come to this image here, and I want the image to align properly. So I want to give it the width of 100%. So it takes the full width of this page, right? Like this. So we have the image taking the full width of this web page, right? So what next do I want to do? I want to give this margin, right? And where do you think we are going to give this margin? Looking at this, we see the margin is just for this container, right? So we can give the margin at the image container, right here. We can just give it the margin for the right and the left, as well as the top and the bottom. Let me see this. Okay, we can give it, let's see that. Let me come to this image container here, the one holding the image. I'll say margin, and I'll say, let me just say 3 rem, or let me say 35 pixels, and I'll save that, and we see the margin right there. So let's see. Okay, that is it, exactly how we wanted it. So we have the margin right there. So now let's give the border radius, and the border radius, I'll come to the image. The image will take the border radius. So I'll say border radius, and I'll say 30 pixels. Save that, and right, we see the border radius here. So that is it for the image container, right? I guess that's all for the image container. We need to move into creating this styling this text. So the first thing I want to do is, let me first increase the font sizes of this text. So I'll come here to this text container, but inside it I'll come to this text title, this h1, the heading. So I'll first increase the font size. I'll give it a font size of 9 rem. Let me say 9 rem because it is big. It is big, and I'll save that. Okay, so we have the font size increase, right? So let me do that as well for the text description text. I'll paste the font size there, and I'll change it. This is a little bit smaller, so I'll give it 2 rem, and let's see. Okay, fine, we have it like that. We also notice that, let me see. Okay, it is bold, but it is not bold here. So let's give it a font weight of bold. I'll say font weight, and I'll say bold, and I'll save that, and that should give us bold, like so. So now here comes the main part, moving this text container to the center right here. We know how to do that. We've done that a couple of times, and that just involves using the position, using the top, basically the position property, right? So we come to the parent component, the ancestor, which is the main component, the container right here. I'll come here and I'll give it a position of relative. I'll say position relative, and we have that saved. Nothing will happen. We have to come to the child component, which is the text container. First off, we give it a position of absolute, give it a position of absolute, and right here, the first thing we need to do is first give it, let me see how it is here. Okay, it is centered at the middle, but it's somehow close to the top right here. I'll use both top, and I can also use padding as well, or maybe use left to move it to the center. Let's see what we can do here. So let me first give it top. I'll say the top property. I'll give it, say, maybe 5 rem, and let's see that in action. Okay, now it's at the top, and okay, so let's move it to the center. Let's move it to the center. Let me first give it, say, maybe left, and this time around I'll say maybe 20% or so. And okay, right, okay, we can still use the help of padding. Let's say, let me increase this a little bit. I'll say 9 rem, and that should come down. Okay, now let's apply padding to it. So I'll say padding. Let me give the top 8 rem, and I'll give the right and the left 19 rem, and I'll save that. So you can style it using just the top and the left, and you basically might not really need to use the padding right here, as long as you know what this top left properties does. You can basically just use that to position it, because without you using this position alone, this position absolute would not give you what you want. You have to use the top, maybe top left or right, or bottom, just to position it in the right way. So let's just leave it like this. I think it is centered. Yes. Okay, but this, we need to move this to the center. So how do we move this to the center? It is aligned here at the left hand side, the start, right? We need to align it at the center. So right in here, still in here, I'll use the text align property. I'll say text align, and I'll say center. And if I save that, yes, it is at the center. So we have the hero section created like that. So now let's move to creating this next section, which is the explore section, right? Okay, so at this explore section, it will be quite simple and straightforward, because most of what we'll be creating here, we already created them earlier as a custom component. So you're just going to reuse them and probably copy and paste them again, right? So now the first thing we want to start with is this button, this go to home. This might not really be necessary, but let's just add it there, and this place to stay, then this line, and this explore section. So let's do that. And in this I'll come here and create the page right here in this category. I'll create the file for the explore section. So I'll say explore section .jsx, right? And I'll create the function, and yes, we have the explore section. So I'll come to the home. Let me save that first, and come to the category page right here, and just define the explore section from the explore. Here is it. Okay, this is it, and import that. And if we save that, we should see the explore section below right here. We have it. So now let's move to creating the component and styling it. So I'll come to this explore section. Let me close this. And the first thing we want to return right here is a container as usual, which will be a section. And in this container section, we have the button first. So let me open the custom button. We have the custom button right here. And let me first close it and go back to, then open it again. Okay, right. I want to have it side by side with this explore section, right? So now in this custom button, we already have this button. We are returning a button. So let's just put this button. Let's reuse it. Let's reuse that custom button right here. So this is the custom button. Import it, and below here we can just close it. And first off, we have the title. That is what we have here, the title, which is the text, right? So let's just use that title props. I'll say title, and title we have here is go home. So I'll say go home, and I'll save that. And okay, container is not defined. Let me copy container and create the styled component. So I'll say paste the container and say styled imported dot section. Give the backticks and close that. So we should have the button, right? We see the button right here. Okay, so let's style it a bit further. It has some what's it called? Let's check here. It has some default values. Yes, that's what I was trying to remember. Default values. So it is taking those default values and using it right here. And some of those default values are these. If you look at it, you see the font weight is bold. You see this what's it called? The overing on it. We see the background color and on and on. So those are the those are the default values. So we can style it better and by giving our own values, right here. We notice that it has this space right here, but right here it is aligned to the left. And we also notice that what else, the border radius, it has padding. The padding is big, wide enough, and the border radius as well. So let's give it our own values right here. So what can we do right here? Let me see the padding for the text. Okay, so you have to provide the padding. The padding doesn't have a default value. So right here, I'll come down here and I'll say padding. I'll give it a padding of, let me see, 1 rem for the top and the bottom, and maybe 3 or 2 for the right and left. Let's see. So I'll say padding. I'll say 1 rem for the top and the bottom, and for the right and the left, I'll say 2 rem. And if I save that and check, okay, now we have the padding. It's quite big now. It's quite big. And what else can we give it? We want it to move a little bit away from that. We want to give the space right here. So we can give it a margin so that we'll have the space. Let me see the custom button. Let me see the margin. Okay, we have to provide the margin, the button. Okay, so let's give the margin. So I'll say margin, and for the top and the top and the bottom is not really necessary, but let's just do that. Say 1 rem, and for the right and left, I'll say 3 rem, and I'll save that. Okay, now we have that margin right here. You see, it is now aligned together on the same line with this arrow section, right? So what else can we style again? Let me see right here. Okay, it's a little bit small. And I think what is making it small like that is maybe the font size. Let me see. Let's check here if it has a default font size. Okay, it has a default font size of 2 rem, right? But we can reduce it. Let's reduce it. Maybe that's why it's too big. Let's see. We would see that. So I'll say font size and I'll say 1.5 rem, and I'll save that. And let's see. Okay, yes, you see, I said it is the font size. So now it's reduced, and let's see what else we can do to it again. And the border radius, and let me see the border radius. It looks kind of thick. Yeah, let's check the custom button, the default value, and see the border radius. The border radius has a default value of 30 pixels. Okay, let's see if we can reduce it, or if we can use the default one. So I'll say the border radius, I'll give it, let me say 20 pixels, and I'll save that. Okay, I didn't really check. Let me comment and check again. Okay, there's no much difference, or is there? Let's leave it like that. Let's just leave it like this. And what else can we do? Let me see. Okay, okay, the border is the same, right? It is black. They are both black. You really do not have to touch the border, except you just want to style it. Let's leave it like that. We have the custom button created, go home, and below it we have this place to stay. Let me copy it. Place to stay, places to stay, right? So, and below we can just use a custom component we created earlier, which is the custom header. So I'll say custom header and import that. And this custom header, we also have title and description, but we won't be using the description because we just have title right here. So I'll save it and let's see what we have. You see, we have places to stay, right? So you see the importance of custom components. We don't have to start restyling this custom header again for this section. We can just reuse each component. But we notice that this is on the same line with this aligned. It is shifted to the left, but here it is at the center, right? So let's move it here. So we have to check. Let's check our custom header component first. Here's the custom header component. We have it right here, and let me close it so to show side by side with this explore section, right? I'll close this, and now in this custom header we have the title, we have the text align, right? And that will help us. Now let me see the text align. Okay, the default is center. That is why we have it at the center. But because of this, we can, provide our own value or our own style right here. So in here, I'll just say text align and I'll give it. Now I can say start or I can say flex start. Let me see. Let me see both and see what it will give us. It should be the same actually. Let me see flex start and I'll save that and we should have it right here. Okay, fine. Then let me see stats. Stats should also be the same as a typo. Say stats and nothing should change, right? So let's just leave it at flex stats. And next thing we need to do is we need to increase the font size, right? So I'll increase the font size a little bit. The default font size, I don't know what is it. It is, let me check. Okay, 5 rem. The default font size is 5 rem. And I'll increase it a little bit, just a little bit. Let me say font size and I'll say 5.5 rem and I'll save that. But you will see that it is not on the same line with this button right here. So we need to adjust that. We need to solve that so it will be on the same line with this button. And what we can do is give another property right here in this custom header because, let's see what we can do. To make it come to this side, we can give it a margin at the left. Yes, can give him margin at the left. So right in here, I'll come to this text title. No, that should be in the header container. Let me see. We want to give the text. So it's the text. Okay, let's give the text. So I'll come here. Okay, we notice that this text did not change. The font size I increased. Let's see. I think so. I noticed that, but I was just waiting to see. Okay, it did not increase. And yes, we'll see here that we do not have, a dynamic value for the title header font size. See the title header, it's not taking props. It doesn't have any props, maybe a default value or something that we can pass. So that is why the font size did not increase. It just used the 5 rem. If I change this to 2 rem right here and I save it, you see it would reduce. Okay, right. So we can provide a default value and just pass the props to it right here so we can give this one its own style, or better still just leave it like that. But first, let's fix the margin at the left hand side. So let me just format this. I'll say margin left. Let me first style it right here in this title header. I'll say margin left and let me just copy this and I'll paste it right here. I'll change this to margin left and the default value will be what will be default value. Let's not give it any default value, or let's just say 0 as a default value, and we can just copy this margin left and paste it here first off. So when we use that custom header, it will be able to receive that props. So I'll say margin left and I'll say margin left, right? So we should have access to that margin left when we reuse this custom header component. So for the font size too, I can copy that and paste it right there. So I'll copy the font size and I'll paste it, and the default value will be 5 rem, right? And give the curly braces and change this to font size, and right. So we have the font size and you can just copy this and paste it again. No, let me copy this font size and I'll paste it here and copy this, paste it, then change it to font size, right? So we have it created. So we can now reuse it right in here in this. So you see it has increased. When I saved it, it has increased. So let's now use the margin left. And for the margin left, I want to give it 30 pixels. Say 30 pixels, just as this has 30 pixels, the right and the left is 30 pixels right there. So it has to align on the same. If I give it 40, it won't be on the same line. You get it will move a little bit, but we have to give it same with this one. So let me just even copy that, and instead of pixels, let me just use 2 rem and save that, and we should have it right there. So that is it for the custom header under the explore section. And the next thing we see is this line. This line, it doesn't really matter. We can just skip it if we want to, or better still, maybe just add it. Let's see. Let's add it if we want to. Let me just come here. I'll just say HR, and this will be a styled component, and I'll copy this HR and create it right here. So I'll say const HR styled dot the no, it won't be a div, it will be HR. Yes, because it's an horizontal line, and I'll style it here. So to style it, let me save it and see what it will give us first. Okay, we have this long HR line here. You see it right here. So we need to give margin at this right and this left, and we also need to, change the color from black, or I guess, is it the same color? Let's see. So I'll first say margin, and I want to give margin for the right and the left, right? So the top, I'll say 0. The right, I'll say 30 pixels. The bottom, I'll say 90. And the left, I'll say 30, because it must be same as the right. That the left must be the same as the right. So I'll save that, and we should see it right there. We want it to be on the same line with this. So that is why we are giving this 30 pixels, and this, let me give it 3 rem, right? And this 9 rem. So let's also change the color. I'll give it a color code. Say hash E6 E8 EC, right? So this color, and I'll save that, and that is it for the horizontal line. Now next is this explore mountains in New Zealand. Let me copy it, and we will use the custom header component again to create that. So below this HR here, I'll call the custom header, say the custom header. Let me look for it here. This, let me call it custom header. And now I'll pass the title. You have the title, and I'll paste that, this title, and I'll paste that explore mountain in New Zealand, and I'll save that, and we should have it right here. You see, explore mountain in New Zealand, but it looks small. Yeah, it is small. It is kind of big here. And let me see the custom header. Let me see the font size. The font size, it has the default of 5. Okay, we can give it our own default value. So I'll just say font size, and I'll reduce it a bit. I'll say 4.5 rem and 3.5 rem, right? And I'll save that. So we have it reduced just like this. So now this section, which is the category section, right? We already created this earlier, so we can just copy the styles of this category section and use it in this category page. So below here, let's first go to the category section. Let me open this up, and right here in this category section under the home page, we are going to copy what we have here, majority of what we have here, and we are going to reuse it, and we are going to reuse it in this category page. So what I need to copy now is this styled slider. I'll copy this styled slider first off, because we are also going to map through this dummy data. And I also copy these settings as well, and I will copy this styled slider component. So let me do that. I've copied this styled slider. Let me copy these settings right here, and copy these settings, and I'll copy this styled slider component, right? So now let's go to the category section and use it right here. So below right here is below this custom header. Let me first paste this that I copied last, which is the styled slider. And you must do well to import this styled slider from React Slick right here. So now below this right here, the settings, let me paste the settings, and I'll paste it right in here. I have it in my clipboard. So you have the settings, and the styled slider will be here. Paste the styled slider, and I'll indent it properly. Now we have the settings and the styled slider in place. So let me save it, and let's see what we have right here. So I'll save it, and we see category data is not defined. So let's define that. Let's import it from the models category. And what else? Category custom component is not defined. Okay, this component, we created this component, this custom component earlier at the start of the project. Here is it. Let me see this. Yeah, category custom component, and there was a typo here. It should be it should be custom category container, not component. But let's just leave it like that, and let's import this custom component, and import it from the custom directory, and I'll save that. And right, we have this category section below right here, as easy as that. So that is it for the explore section. Now the next section we want to move to is this place section. And what happens in this place section is that, as it has been explained in the introductory video of this course, whenever we click on any of this category, it will show us the place that is associated with that category. So if I click nature house, it will show me nature house. So let's move to creating this place section. So now moving to this place section, we will start by creating this place section component. So I'll come here and I'll create a file in this category directory here. I'll call it place section. Now in this place section, I'll first create the component and we have this place section created. So now I will come here to this category pages under the pages directory here, and I will define the place section that I just created. And this place section, you notice we have two place sections. We have two place sections. One is from the home page that we created earlier, and the one we created just now, the category. So do well to import that from the category, and I'll save that. And if we check, we should have the place section below right here. Let's see, we have it right here, place section. So let's come here back and let's see what we want to do in this place section. Now in this place section, I will first create this custom header. I'll reuse the custom header to create this text over 300 stays, and below it we have this place section. You remember we once created a place section grid box like this earlier for the home page, but looking at this, it looks slightly different from that in the sense that it is wider a bit and it has some other styles like this border when we hover on it, and this margin and so on. So it's somehow different, but it's similar. So what we are going to do is that the previous one we created for the home page, we created this custom place component right here that we used. So to make things easy and faster, we are going to use this one again, but it will be custom category grid box, right? So we are going to create another custom component, which we will call custom category grid box. And we will just, copy all these styles in here and the component and reuse it there, and just restyle it a little bit to make it look like this. So let me come here under this custom. I'll create a custom category grid box. Custom category grid box, right? Let me expand this a little bit. Okay, this is custom place grid box. This will be custom category grid box.gsx, and I'll save that and I'll create the function RAFCE. Yes, we have the custom category grid box, and I'll save that. So let me just close this right here, and this custom place grid box. So I'm just going to copy all what we have here and paste it there, starting from this grid box. So I'll copy this grid box and I will paste it here, right? As well as the styles. I'll copy them all and so here, and I'll paste it right up here. So I need to import few things. Let me just see if I can copy them. Mobile, okay, we don't need that yet. The star and the styled components and the custom image container. Yes, we need all of that. So I'll copy the three of them, right? And I'll paste it here. So we have them imported. I'll save that now. And we have the custom category grid box like this, but we are going to, style it a little bit better. So now let's come here to, let me see. Okay, let's go back to the place section under the category, directory, this place section that we just created, right? So we'll start with this header, we start with this custom header. So now I want to first return a container which will hold this place section container, and this container will be a section. So inside this container, I want to, have another div that will hold the content, which will be a wrapper. Let me just call it wrapper. And here we can start with the custom header. So let me reuse or import the custom header. I'll say custom header right from the custom directory, and we have that. So right in this custom header, I can pass the title, and we don't need the description, so I'll leave that for now. So I'll say title over 300 stays, right? We have the title. So if I save that, we should see it right here in some seconds time. Let's just wait a little bit. Okay, container is not defined, wrapper is not defined. Okay, my bad, I missed that. So I'll say const container, and I'll say styled.div. Import the styled component dot some be section and give the backticks. Copy that and paste it here for the wrapper. And there is a typo here. So I'll change it. I'll copy this wrapper and paste it here. Right. And it will be a div, not a section. Right. So we have it. I'll save that and we should see the custom header right here. Okay, yes, we have it. We have it right here. So we need to make it come to this side, and we already know what to do with that. We have the props, the text align. We used the text align earlier. Let me see, text align, and I'll give it flex stats to make it come to the left hand side, and I'll save that, and we should have it move right here. Yes, but we need it to be on the same line with, this. Okay, it's not on the same line with this, but it has this margin right here. So our custom header, and I noticed it's also smaller. Okay, it's smaller. We can reduce the font size as well, right? So let's reduce the font size and give it some margin at the left. Our custom header, this custom header component has some properties. Let me see. It has this margin left and it also has this font size. So let's reuse that. I'll go back to the place section and right in here, I'll say that should be margin left, right? Yes, margin left. And I'll give it, let me say 2 rem. And the font size, say font size, I need to reduce it a bit. Let me see the custom one. Let me see the default one. The default one is 5 rem. Okay. So I'll reduce it to say 3.5 rem or 3 rem. Let me say 3.5 rem and I'll save that and let's see what we have here. Let's wait. Okay. Yes, we have it reduced and the margin left, we have 2 rem, but it's not coming to this side. Let me see margin left 2 rem. Let's see it here. Let me check right here. Okay, we see that. Okay, so I know what is happening here. The margin left is working. That's why we have this margin 2 rem at this side, at the top and bottom, at the top and the left. And we also notice that this container, so it is this entire section. Okay, yes, let's do that. I know what is happening right here. This custom header is not the one giving this margin. Is not the only one giving this margin. The whole section itself, the whole container, the div holding this custom header and this place section is the one that is making this margin, right? So what I need to do is come here to this wrapper, the one that holds this custom header, and will also hold this place section below right here. I'll give the margin, I'll give the wrapper margin or padding. I'll give the wrapper padding. I'll say padding. And for the top and the bottom, I'll give it 5 rem. And for the right and the left, I'll give it, say, maybe 8 rem. I'll save that and we should see this come below right and to the left. So we have that header section created right there. So now let's come below here, below this custom header and create the place section, right? So now at this place section, what we are going to do is that we are going to first come here to this place section. Let's see what we have in this place section of the home page. Let's see. Okay, we have this place grid container, right? So we have this place grid container. So we are going to create our own category grid container that we hold this custom category grid box. I hope you get that. For this place section of the home page, we have this place grid container holding this custom place grid box. But for our own category section right here, we already created this custom category grid box, which is, let me say equivalent or similar to this custom place grid box. So we need to create this div that will hold this custom place grid box in this category page. Right. So I can just, maybe copy it, or should I copy it? Let me just copy. Let's come and create it. Let me come here. I'll say category grid container right here. Say category grid container. Right. And in this category grid container, we are going to return this custom category grid box. Right. Where is it? Let me see. This custom category grid box. This one that we have right here. And we are going to, style it a little bit better, right? So it will be similar to this one, that we have right here. So let me come back to this place section, and right in here, I will return, or I will call this custom category grid box that we created. Say custom category grid box, and this will be the one we import, and I will save that, and let's see what we have right here. Okay, we see category grid container is not defined and mobile is not defined. Okay, this is coming from the place section, and this is from the custom category grid box. So let's define it. I'll copy this custom category grid box, and I'll create the styled component here, paste it, and I'll say styled.div, right? And give the backticks and close that. Save it for now, and let's come back to this custom category grid box and import the mobile, but we actually do not need the mobile right now. Okay, I think it's coming from this. Let me remove it for now and save that. So let's see what we have right here. Okay, the style is broken. We have it right here, but the style is broken, and the reason we have this right now is because we've not set it to grid format. We've not made it such that the display will be grid. That is the main reason we are having it like this. So to do that, I'll first come to this place section, and in this place section, this category grid container is where we are going to give the display as grid. We already did that. To save time, let me just come to this place section and look for it. I'll copy it from here, this one, right, and I'll use it right here. I'll paste it here, and let's save that and see what we get. Okay, right, you see now we have it, but you see it is displaying in like the previous one we created in the home page. But if you look here, you'll see it's a bit different, right? It is much more bigger here than it is here. This is how we displayed it in the home page, but here in this category page, it looks bigger, right? So there are several reasons causing this. You can decide to leave it like this. It's your choice. But if we want to use this style, the one of the main reason causing it to make it look small like this is because of this repeat that we have here. What this is doing is that we are saying that the column, we want the column to be 4 on this home page. On this main page, we want to show 4 of these grids, right? We want to show 4 of this grid. But one thing we can do to make it big as this is that if you look at this place, what we said earlier is that this 1RF means that this one fractional unit, yeah, so to speak, means that each of these would take the same width. It's just like you saying flex 1. So each of them take the same width till they fill up this, width of this home page. That is what that 1RF means. And we already said here that they should be 4, right? That is why it looks small. So one thing we can do is just, change it and make it 3. If we make it 3, it should look a bit bigger than this because it will have, you see, right there, it's now looking similar to this one. But we know we need to give it some styles to make it look better, right? And why it is bigger now is that now we have three on this main page, this place section. So each of them will take, certain space that the last one, which we gave as 4, is supposed to take. So the more you increase the grid template column, the more you reduce or increase it, the more it becomes smaller and bigger, and vice versa. So that's basically it. So let's style it a little bit further and, make it look like this in the category section. So we have to come to this custom category grid box. That is where we are going to add additional styles to this to make it, look like this. So let's see what we want to do. Okay, we want to make it such that when we hover, we have this border, right? What else? Okay, we change some of these texts. We give this breakfast and Wi-Fi, right? And add the icons and change the texts. Okay, let's see. Let's do that right here. So I'll come here to this category, custom category grid box. Let me close this, and first off, we want to start with this grid box. And the first thing we want to do right here in this grid box is to give it this border, right? When we hover on it, right? So right in here, in this over, we already have this over that gives us this blue text. So I'll come below it right here. I'll say, yeah, I'll give it border. I'll say 1 pixel, and I'll say solid, and I'll give the color maybe black, or you can just give a code. Let's see black and see what we will have here. Let me try to over. Let's wait a bit. Is the okay? Right, we see it, but it looks different from here. Okay, it's not really black. You see, it's not really black. Let's change it a little bit. Let's give it a code. So I'll say hash 9DA, then I'll say 1A8. Right. Okay, no, this should be 8 and right. So let me save that and let's see what we have. Okay, right. It is better now. It is better now. So that is it for the border. What else can we style? What else can we give it? Let's come and change the text below right here. Let's change this text. We have the breakfast included. So I'll come here below and let me first change in this place text. You can style it a little bit better to and give more divs, give more components. But for now, I will just do everything here in this place text. I won't bother renaming it. Let me just use the styled component like that. So the first thing we want to do is give this icon, right? So I'll use the material UI icon. There's an icon there that has this free breakfast, right? This one. We'll use that and close that. And after it, we have this breakfast included text. So I'll say breakfast included, right? And we also have this free Wi-Fi. So like I said, you can add more styled components and put them inside each other, but I'll just do everything right in this place text. So I want to give it Wi-Fi. So I'll say Wi-Fi icon and let me see. Let's wait for it. Okay, yes, this is it, Wi-Fi, and I'll close that up. And we have the free Wi-Fi 24/7, 24/7, right? And I'll save that and let's see what we have. Yeah, let's give it some time. What else can we style in here? Let's come down a little bit. Okay, so we have the breakfast included free Wi-Fi. We provide more additional styles to it as we go. So let's give this margin. Let's give this space. Let me see right here. We have this space in between, so we can style that now. So I'll come here. Let me go to the top right here. Okay, there's something we can do here. This can give this padding. We can increase it for all sides right here, just as it is in here. You see this padding, this space that we have right here. So to do that, I have to come to the component that is holding all of this content, and that is this content, right? Let me format this properly. So I have to come to this content, and let's go there. We have to increase the padding. Okay, in here we have the padding top 2 rem and top and bottom 2 rem, right and left 1 rem. And okay, let's just give each of them the same padding. So I'll say 3 rem for all sides, and that should create the padding at all sides, right? Exactly. Okay, I noticed something. We see here when we do not over, we have this padding, and even when we do not over, we have this border, and when we over, we have the border as well. So, but we do not have the border right here when we do not over. So I can just come here and copy this border and just paste it here, and let's see what that will give us. And it should give us the border when we do not even over on it, right? So it has given us the border, and there's some difference in it. Okay, I think the color, we can just change the color so it becomes obvious when we over on it, right? We can just change the color. So for the color of this border, when we do not over, I'll also give it a code. I'll say code should be E6, E8, then EC, right? So I'll save that and let's see it. Okay, right, we have the border. So we see the color is different when we do not over, and when we over, it changes. So we can see it is clearly, distinct. And you might ask something, right? That why is it that I'm giving this over, then color blue on this greedy box and not on the text itself? Okay, the reason I'm doing that is because I want it such that when we over on any part of this grid box, any part, it changes this color. If I remove it here and I put it in the text, just this title itself, it would not might not really work when we over on any part of the text except we over on the text, right? So we see this thing. Let's adjust it. It is not aligned together. I can just come here. Let me see what is holding it. Okay, this place text. Let me go to the place text and I can just let me say display flex. and I'll save that, and it should align properly. So that's pretty much it. And let's change this text, this date. So I'll just come down here a bit, and this date text, let me see what we have right here. Okay, we have the price instead. We have the price. So we have $150 for the total. So in here, I'll just remove this, and I'll change it to $150 total, right? And I'll save that, and we should have that right here. And so basically that's pretty much it. We can just style this a little bit. Okay, the text color is different. We have black right here, and so let me just change it. So in this total, right, this date text, let me come to the date text and change it. So I'll just give it black. I'll give the text color. I'll say black, and I'll close that, and we should have the black right here. So you can style it and add additional styles to it the way you want, and increase it. Let me say font weight. I think it is bold. Let me say font weight bold. So you can add more additional styles, or probably just leave it like this if you want. So that's it for the place section under the category section. So let's move on to creating this newsletter section. We already have this footer, right? So we'll just create this newsletter section. So now moving to this place section, we will start by creating this place section component. So I'll come here and I'll create a file in this category directory here. I'll call it place section. Now in this place section, I'll first create the component, and we have this place section created. So now I will come here to this category pages under the pages directory here, and I will define the place section that I just created. And this place section, you notice we have two place sections. We have two place sections. One is from the home page that we created earlier, and the one we created just now, the category. So do well to import that from the category, and I'll save that. And if we check, we should have the place section below right here. Let's see, we have it right here, place section. So let's come here back, and let's see what we want to do in this place section. Now in this place section, I will first create this custom header. I'll reuse the custom header to create this text over 300 stays, and below it we have this place section. You remember we once created a place section grid box like this earlier for the home page, but looking at this, it looks slightly different from that, in the sense that it is wider a bit, and it has some other styles like this border when we hover on it, and this margin and so on. So it's somehow different, but it's similar. So what we are going to do is that the previous one we created for the home page, we created this custom place component right here that we used. So to make things easy and faster, we are going to use this one again, but it will be custom category grid box, right? So we are going to create another custom component, which we will call custom category grid box, and we will just copy all these styles in here and the component, and reuse it there, and just restyle it a little bit to make it look like this. So let me come here under this custom. I'll create a custom category grid box. Custom category grid box, right? Let me expand this a little bit. Okay, this is custom place grid box. This will be custom category grid box.gsx, and I'll save that, and I'll create the function RAFCE. Yes, we have the custom category grid box, and I'll save that. So let me just close this right here, and this custom place grid box. So I'm just going to copy all what we have here and paste it there, starting from this grid box. So I'll copy this grid box and I will paste it here, right? As well as the styles. I'll copy them all and so here, and I'll paste it right up here. So I need to import few things. Let me just see if I can copy them. Mobile, okay, we don't need that yet. The star and the styled components and the custom image container. Yes, we need all of that. So I'll copy the three of them, right? And I'll paste it here. So we have them imported. I'll save that now, and we have the custom category grid box like this, but we are going to style it a little bit better. So now let's come here to, let me see. Okay, let's go back to the place section under the category directory, this place section that we just created, right? So we'll start with this header, we start with this custom header. So now I want to first return a container, which will hold this place section container, and this container will be a section. So inside this container, I want to, have another div that will hold the content, which will be a wrapper. Let me just call it wrapper. And here we can start with the custom header. So let me reuse or import the custom header. I'll say custom header right from the custom directory, and we have that. So right in this custom header, I can pass the title, and we don't need the description, so I'll leave that for now. So I'll say title over 300 stays. Right, we have the title. So if I save that, we should see it right here in some seconds time. Let's just wait a little bit. Okay, container is not defined, wrapper is not defined. Okay, my bad, I missed that. So I'll say const container, and I'll say styled.div. Import the styled component dot zombie section and give the backticks. Copy that and paste it here for the wrapper. And there is a typo here, so I'll change it. I'll copy this wrapper and paste it here, right? And it will be a div, not a section, right? So we have it. I'll save that, and we should see the custom header right here. Okay, yes, we have it. We have it right here. So we need to make it come to this side, and we already know what to do with that. We have the props, the text align. We used the text align earlier. Let me see, text align, and I'll give it flex stats to make it come to the left hand side, and I'll save that, and we should have it move right here. Yes, but we need it to be on the same line with, this. Okay, it's not on the same line with this, but it has this margin right here. So our custom header, and I noticed it's also smaller. Okay, it's smaller. We can reduce the font size as well, right? So let's reduce the font size and give it some margin at the left. Our custom header, this custom header component has some properties. Let me see. It has this margin left, and it also has this font size. So let's reuse that. I'll go back to the place section, and right in here I'll say that should be margin left, right? Yes, margin left, and I'll give it, let me say 2 rem, and the font size, say font size, I need to reduce it a bit. Let me see the custom one. Let me see the default one. The default one is 5 rem. Okay, so I'll reduce it to say 3.5 rem or 3 rem. Let me say 3.5 rem, and I'll save that, and let's see what we have here. Let's wait. Okay, yes, we have it reduced, and the margin left, we have 2 rem, but it's not coming to this side. Let me see, margin left 2 rem. Let's see it here. Let me check right here. Okay, we see that. Okay, so I know what is happening here. The margin left is working. That's why we have this margin 2 rem at this side, at the top and bottom, at the top and the left. And we also notice that this container, so it is this entire section. Okay, yes, let's do that. I know what is happening right here. This custom header is not the one giving this margin. Is not the only one giving this margin. The whole section itself, the whole container, the div holding this custom header and this place section is the one that is making this margin, right? So what I need to do is come here to this wrapper, the one that holds this custom header, and will also hold this place section below right here. I'll give the margin, I'll give the wrapper margin or padding. I'll give the wrapper padding. I'll say padding. And for the top and the bottom, I'll give it 5 rem. And for the right and the left, I'll give it, say, maybe 8 rem. I'll save that, and we should see this come below right and to the left. So we have that header section created right there. So now let's come below here, below this custom header, and create the place section, right? So now at this place section, what we are going to do is that we are going to first come here to this place section. Let's see what we have in this place section of the home page. Let's see. Okay, we have this place grid container, right? So we have this place grid container. So we are going to create our own category grid container that we hold this custom category grid box. I hope you get that. For this place section of the home page, we have this place grid container holding this custom place grid box. But for our own category section right here, we already created this custom category grid box, which is, let me say equivalent or similar to this custom place grid box. So we need to create this div that will hold this custom place grid box in this category page, right? So I can just, maybe copy it, or should I copy it? Let me just copy. Don't Let's come and create it. Let me come here. I'll say category grid container right here. Say category grid container, right? And in this category grid container, we are going to return this custom category grid box, right? Where is it? Let me see this custom category grid box, this one that we have right here, and we are going to, style it a little bit better, right? So it will be similar to this one that we have right here. So let me come back to this place section, and right in here I will return, or I will call this custom category grid box that we created, say custom category grid box, and this will be the one we import, and I will save that, and let's see what we have right here. Okay, we see category grid container is not defined and mobile is not defined. Okay, this is coming from the place section, and this is from the custom category grid box. So let's define it. I'll copy this custom category grid box, and I'll create the styled component here, paste it, and I'll say styled.div, right? And give the backticks and close that. Save it for now, and let's come back to this custom category grid box and import the mobile, but we actually do not need the mobile right now. Okay, I think it's coming from this. Let me remove it for now and save that. So let's see what we have right here. Okay, the style is broken. We have it right here, but the style is broken, and the reason we have this right now is because we've not set it to grid format. We've not made it such that the display will be grid. That is the main reason we are having it like this. So to do that, I'll first come to this place section, and in this place section, this category grid container is where we are going to give the display as grid. We already did that. To save time, let me just come to this place section and look for it. I'll copy it from here, this one, right, and I'll use it right here. I'll paste it here, and let's save that and see what we get. Okay, right, you see now we have it, but you see it is displaying in like the previous one we created in the home page. But if you look here, you'll see it's a bit different, right? It is much more bigger here than it is here. This is how we displayed it in the home page. But here in this category page, it looks bigger, right? So there are several reasons causing this. You can decide to leave it like this. It's your choice. But if we want to use this style, the one of the main reasons causing it to make it look small like this is because of this repeat that we have here. What this is doing is that we are saying that the column, we want the column to be 4 on this home page. On this main page, we want to show 4 of these grids, right? We want to show 4 of these grids. But one thing we can do to make it big as this is that if you look at this place, what we said earlier is that this 1RF means that this one fractional unit, yeah, so to speak, means that each of these would take the same width. It's just like you saying flex 1. So each of them take the same width till they fill up this, width of this home page. That is what that 1RF means. And we already said here that they should be 4, right? That is why it looks small. So one thing we can do is just, change it and make it 3. If we make it 3, it should look a bit bigger than this, because it will have, you see right there, it's now looking similar to this one, but we need to give it some styles to make it look better, right? And why it is bigger now is that now we have 3 on this main page, this place section. So each of them will take certain space that the last one, which we gave as 4, is supposed to take. So the more you increase the grid template column, the more you reduce or increase it, the more it becomes smaller and bigger, and vice versa. So that's basically it. So let's style it a little bit further and, make it look like this in the category section. So we have to come to this custom category grid box. That is where we are going to add additional styles to this to make it, look like this. So let's see what we want to do. Okay, we want to make it such that when we hover, we have this border, right? What else? Okay, we change some of these texts. We give this breakfast and Wi-Fi, right? And add the icons and change the texts. Okay, let's see. Let's do that right here. So I'll come here to this category, custom category grid box. Let me close this. And first off, we want to start with this grid box. And the first thing we want to do right here in this grid box is to give it this border, right? When we hover on it, right? So right in here, in this over, we already have this over that gives us this blue text. So I'll come below it right here. I'll say, yeah, I'll give it border. I'll say 1 pixel and I'll say solid and I'll give the color maybe black, or you can just give a code. Let's see black and see what we will have here. Let me try to over. Let's wait a bit. Is the okay? Right, we see it, but it looks different from here. Okay, it's not really black. You see, it's not really black. Let's change it a little bit. Let's give it a code. So I'll say hash 9DA, then I'll say 1A8. Right. Okay, no, this should be 8 and right. So let me save that and let's see what we have. Okay, right. It is better now. It is better now. So that is it for the border. What else can we style? What else can we give it? Let's come and change the text below right here. Let's change this text. We have the breakfast included. So I'll come here below and let me first change in this place text. You can style it a little bit better to and give more divs, give more components. But for now, I will just do everything here in this place text. I won't bother renaming it. Let me just use the styled components like that. So the first thing we want to do is give this icon, right? So I'll use the material UI icon. There's an icon there that has this free breakfast, right? This one. We'll use that and close that. And after it, we have this breakfast included text. So I'll say breakfast included, right? And we also have this free Wi-Fi. So like I said, you can add more styled components and put them inside each other, but I'll just do everything right in this place text. So I want to give it Wi-Fi, so I'll say Wi-Fi icon, and let me see, let's wait for it. Okay, yes, this is it, Wi-Fi, and I'll close that up. And we have the free Wi-Fi 24/7, right? And I'll save that and let's see what we have. Yeah, let's give it some time. What else can we style in here? Let's come down a little bit. Okay, so we have the breakfast included free Wi-Fi. We provide more additional styles to it as we go. So let's give this margin, let's give this space. Let me see right here, we have this space in between, so we can style that now. So I'll come here, let me go to the top right here. Okay, there's something we can do here. This can give this padding, we can increase it for all sides right here, just as it is in here. You see this padding, this space that we have right here. So to do that, I have to come to the component that is holding all of this content, and that is this content, right? Let me format this properly. So I have to come to this content, and let's go there. We have to increase the padding. Okay, in here we have the padding top 2 rem, and top and bottom 2 rem, right and left 1 rem. And okay, let's just give each of them the same padding. So I'll say 3 rem for all sides, and that should create the padding at all sides, right? Exactly. Okay, I noticed something. We see here when we do not over, we have this padding, and even when we over, when we do not over, we have this border, and when we over, we have the border as well. So, but we do not have the border right here when we do not over. So I can just come here and copy this border and just paste it here, and let's see what that will give us. And it should give us the border when we do not even over on it, right? So it has given us the border, and there's some difference in it. Okay, I think the color, we can just change the color so it becomes obvious when we over on it, right? We can just change the color. So for the color of this border when we do not over, I'll also give it a code. I'll say code should be E6, E8, then EC. Right. So I'll save that and let's see it. Okay, right. We have the border. So we see the color is different when we do not over, and when we over, it changes. So we can see it is clearly, distinct. And you might ask something, right? That why is it that I'm giving this over, then color blue on this greedy box and not on the text itself? Okay, the reason I'm doing that is because I want it such that when we over on any part of this grid box, any part, it changes this color. If I remove it here and I put it in the text, just this title itself, it would not might not really work when we over on any part of the text except we over on the text, right? So we see this thing. Let's adjust it. It is not, aligned together. I can just come here. Let me see what is holding it. Okay, this place text. Let me go to the place text and I can just, let me say display flex and I'll save that and it should align properly. So that's pretty much it. And let's change this text, this date. So I'll just come down here a bit and this date text. Let me see what we have right here. Okay, we have the price instead. We have the price. So we have $150 for the total. So in here, I'll just remove this and I'll change it to $150 total, right? And I'll save that and we should have that right here. And so basically that's pretty much it. We can just, style this a little bit. Okay, the text color is different. We have black right here. And so let me just change it. So in this total, right, this date text, let me come to the date text and change it. So I'll just give it black. I'll give the text color. I'll say black and I'll close that and we should have the black right here. So you can style it and add additional styles to it the way you want and increase it. Let me say font weight. I think it is bold. Let me say font weight bold. So you can add more additional styles or probably just leave it like this if you want. So that's it for the place section under the category section. So let's move on to creating this newsletter section. We already have this footer, right? So we'll just create this newsletter section. Okay, so moving to the newsletter section, it is pretty much similar to that of an hero section. We just have this component right here and this image component right here. So let's move into creating each of them. So I'll come here and I'll create a new file. Let me open this and it will be under this category, right? I'll create a new file. I'll call it newsletter.jsx, or we can call it newsletter section.jsx, since we've been using section for each of all these components. So I'll create the function and here we have the newsletter component. I'll save it and come here to the category section under pages and I'll define or call it here. I'll say newsletter and import it right here. I'll save that and if we check, we should have the newsletter section below right here. So now let's come here to create the component for this newsletter section. So I'll open that page up and I'll close this. Now in this newsletter section, we want to first return a container which will be a section. And in this container, we have a wrapper that will hold these items or this component together. So I'll say wrapper. And in this wrapper, we will categorize this into two, this component, which would be the text container and this image container, right? So I'll say text container and I will say image container below it. Say image container, and in this image container we will have the image itself. So let me just say image, and this image we define the paths. I'll say src and I'll give the path. We have it under the images directory and the image name is newsletter pic1.png, newsletter pic1.png, right? Like this. So this is the image name and this is the path. So let's create the component for this text container. In this text container, we have this title, join our newsletter, and we have this description, and we have this form, this custom, this input form. So let me copy this, join our newsletter. I'll copy it right here, and I'll create a component that I'll call title. I'll paste it right there, and below it here I will have the description, right? The description, and I'll copy this and paste it for the description, and I'll paste it right here. So we have the description, right? So that is it for the components. Let's define the components right here. So I'll come here first off. I'll say const, I'll say container, and I'll say styled.div. No, it will be a section. Do well to import this styled component. I'll say dot section. I'll give the backticks and I'll close that up. So I'll do the same for that of the wrapper, and we have styled.div, right? So I'll give the backticks, I'll copy it and paste this for the text container, title, description, image container, and the image, right? So start let's change it. This will be an image, this will be the image container, and this the description, this will be the title, this will be the text container, this will be the wrapper, and yes, just like that. So the wrapper will be a div, the text container will be a div, the text here, this title text will be, it looks big, let's give it h1 an heading, and this description will be a paragraph. So I'll change it to paragraph. The image container will be a div, and this image will be img, right? So I'll save that, and let's see what we have right here. You should see it, right? So this is it right here. The image is not showing. Why is the image not showing? Okay, I think the image is not showing because we have these images right here. It should be images and not image right here. So it should be images. So let's save that and let's see what we have here. Okay, we have the image right here, and we have the components created. So let's move into styling these components. Okay, to style the component, I'll be starting with this text right here. So, and we forgot to add something here below this description, the custom form, this input form right here. So let's reuse that here below this description. So I'll say custom form, right, and import that from the custom form, right, and we have it below right here. So now for this text container, this title, I want to first increase the font size. So I'll say font size, I'll give it 3 rem. I'll say 3 rem, and right there you should increase the font size. Now for this paragraph, I'll increase the font size as well. It's too small. I'll give it say let me say I'll give it 2 rem. I'll say font size, say 2 rem, and we should have that increased right here. So let me align this component on the same line rather than the way it is like a column. So I'll come here. This is the text container and this is the image container. So I'll come here to this wrapper that holds the two of them, and I'll give it a display flex. I'll say flex, and that should align it horizontally, right? And I want it to come down. I'll say align items center. I'll save that, right? I also want to give padding. I want them to be at the center, not really padding. I want it both at the center. So I'll say justify content center, and I'll save that, and we should have it at the center right here. So we have our newsletter here created. So I think the font size is not that increased. We need to increase it more. And this color, let me give this text color, right? And so I'll come here to this description. So I'll give it a color. I'll say color, and I'll give it a code. I'll say 777E90, right? And I'll save that, and we should have the text color. So now what else can we do? So I want to provide space here between this title and this description, as well as this description and this input form, right? So I can give this title a margin bottom and the description margin bottom as well. But instead of doing that, I can just come here to this description and I'll give it a margin for the top and the bottom, and that would save us the stress of writing it twice. So we have the margin. Let me increase the font size of this title. I'll say 5 rem, and I'll save that right there. So we have the font size increased. Now we notice here that this is clipped, or this is wrapped or broken right here. And to do that, we just have to give the width. You have to adjust the width. So I can just use the max width property to give it a max width, so that when it exceeds that width, it breaks right here and continues at the next line. So for this description right here, I'll give it a max width. Let me say max width. I'll say 300 pixels, and I'll save that. And let's check. Okay, we have it broken right there. But it looks too small. Let's increase it a little bit. Let me give it 350, and let's see what we have. Okay, right. This is better. It is exactly where how we want it to be, off and react, and we have that right here. So now what else can we do in here? Let's just come here to this container, this text container. I can just give it some padding at the right and the left, and um, also give the image container. Let's see. I'll say padding. For top and bottom, I'll say 0. For right and left, let me say just 80 pixels, and I'll copy that and I'll paste it right here in this image container, and I'll paste that here and I'll save it. And okay, fine. Now we have the newsletter section created. So for the footer section, that would be very fast and straight to the point. I'll just come right here to this category. Here's the category. Yes, these pages. And the only thing I need to come here and do is just find the footer section right here. And we have it imported. And I'll save that. And if we check, we have the footer section all set. So now we have this category page created. So now moving to the place details section, we will start with this header. This header, we will define this header, then start creating all these components. So let's get started. I'll come here and I'll create another section. I'll create another page, and right here under the pages, I'll create a file. I'll call it place detail, placedetails.jsx. And so right in this place details, I'll define the function, and we have the function created. So right here, I will first return this header. I'll define this header that we created already. So I'll say header, right? And I'll import this header section. And if we save that, we won't see anything yet, because we need to come to our app.js and define the page, that page we just created, the place detail page. So I'll comment this out for now, and we'll do the routing later on. So I'll say place details, right? This, and I'll import that and I'll save that, and we should see the header section in the place detail. So now that we have the header section, we can continue with styling other components. So I'll start with this title header, and I'll move on next to this image container. So let's come to the title header, and in this place details here, I will first create a section. Maybe I can call it a container, and this container will be a section. And right in this container, I will first start with this title header, right? So I will say container, and one thing I want to do right here is that I want to separate this header, this title header, into two parts, right? This and this right here. So these are basically like two components, right? I'll call this one the header container, or maybe the header, and I'll call this one the icons, right? So they will be separated accordingly. So right here, I can just create something like an header container, right? And in this header container, I will have the header that will hold just this text right here, and right. So now in this header, I want to first have this title. So I'll copy this title, spectacular view of Queenstown. I'll copy it right here, and I'll create a styled component. I'll call it title. I'll paste that right there, and below it I want to have this content, this icon, this image, this review text, and the country and the province. So right below this title, I'll create a styled component that I'll call content. And in this content, we want to first have this rating. Yes, this rating, but we see they are separated from each other. So the content we hold this all this text, including this image, and I'll also create another div, maybe like a div that we hold these reviews or this rating, right? And also another one that we hold this superhost and this province, right? So in this content, let me first say the first one, I'll say rating. And in this rating, we will have the image. This rating will be a div. The image would be an image itself. And I'll define the parts. So I'll just say SRC. And the parts, we have the image under the images directory. And the name of the image is avatar1, avatar dash one dot jpg. Right. Let me close this. So we have the image right here, and below this image we have this star and this text. Now the star, we'll use the icon from the material UI icon. There's an icon called star, so I'll click it so it imports it, and we have the star. Now right below the star we have this rating. So let me just copy this text right here. So there are two. Let me separate them. So I'll copy this. Okay, let's copy all and we'll separate them later on. So now the first one is the rating number. Let's call it rating number. And remember, you can call this component anything you want. Rating number, right? In this rating number, I'll paste the rating that we have right there. So I'll cut this out, the reviews, which is this 256 reviews. I'll cut that out. So we have the rating number only right here. And below the rating number, we have the review. Say review, and I'll paste that review in bracket right there. So we have this created. Now to this other two, this superhost and this province and the country, I'll copy that, and below the rating or below the review, below the rating, we will create another styled component. Let me just call this location. Say location, and in this location we have the superhost. So I'll say host, right? And I'll paste what I copied earlier in there, and I'll cut out the country and the province. I'll cut them out, and below this host, I'll create another styled component that I'll call country, right? And I'll paste the Manitoba and the Canada right in there. So now we have this styled component created for this header section. Now we want to move to creating these icons, right? So let me just move this to this side so we can see it right there. Now this header is this content. We have this in this header, we have this content, right? And this title itself. So to create these icons, we have to do that below this header section right here. So let me just call it icons. And in this icons component, which will be a div, we have this icon. So all these icons will be coming from the material UI icon. So the first one, let's do that real quick, is the location. Let me see if we have the location icon. Right, okay, we have the location city, location outlined. Let me just use the location on outlined, location on, right? This one, I'll import that and I'll save that. And we also have this share icon. So right below here, I'll say share, and we should see the share icon. I'll save that. And after the share, the next one we have is this art, or this favorite icon. Let me say favorite. Let's see, we should have the icon. We should have the icon. So I'll say favorite. Right, this is the icon. I'll close that up, and below the favorite we have the close icon. So I'll say close, right, and import that. So we should have all these icons imported up right here. So now we have the components created for the title header, right? If we save it, we would get some errors because we've not created the HTML elements for this styled component. So let's do that for each of them, each of these styled components that we created earlier. So starting with this text, so I'll come here. So I'll start creating each of them, and the first one we start with is the container. So I'll say container, and I'll say styled dot import the styled component. I'll say dot section, right? That's the first one we have here, and this is not supposed to be so. We can't have two containers right here, this and this. So this should be wrapper, It should be something like a wrapper, right? And so that would be a div. So let me just copy this and paste it here. I'll change this to wrapper, and this would be a div, not a section, right? And you can leave it as a section, doesn't really matter. So I will now start creating others. So I'll copy this and paste it few number of times, and let's just style create each element as required. And this first one, this header container, I'll copy it right here and I'll paste it. So let me just do that real quick for each of all these components before we now start defining the HTML elements for each of them. So let me do that real quick. So now we've created each of them. Let's just confirm they are all correct. So now we can start styling or defining the elements for each of them. So this header container, which is holding all of this content, would be a div. This header too as well would be a div right here. The title, it's a big header or heading. So I'll say H1, and the content, which is holding all of this, excluding the title, will also be a div. The rating as well will be a div. The rating number, this would be a paragraph. Here is it. Oh, we did not create the rating number and the review. So let me copy the rating number and the review, and I'll say const space the rating number. Then I'll say styled.div, right? Give the backticks and close that, and copy it and paste it for the review, and right. So the rating number will be a paragraph and the review also will be a paragraph. So I'll just say rating number and the review p tag, right? The image will be an img. The location, here's the location, or let's see the location. Okay, the one holding this host and the super host, right? It will be a div. The host itself will be a paragraph, right? And this will also be a paragraph, the country, right? So I'll change the host and the country and change it to p tag, and the icons, which is holding, let me see. Okay, the icons is holding all the icons to be a div as well. So let's save that and let's see what we have right here. Okay, now we see we have everything right here. So now let's move into styling this component. We see it's a bit messy right here, and we need to style it to make it look like this. So now let's do that. And the first thing I'll come here to do is to first increase the title, the text title, this title, increase the font size a little bit. So I'll say H1, this H1, I'll give it a font size. I'll say font size, and I'll say maybe 5 rem, and we should have that increased. What can we do again? Let's see what we have here. Let's move into styling this font, the font sizes of this as well, so we can have the text increased and also reduce the image of this avatar, the image. So I'll copy this font size for this title, and I'll come here to the rating number, I'll paste it there, and the review as well, which is a paragraph, I'll paste it there. What else? The hosts and the country, right? We should have that as well, right? So now if I save that, it will be increased like far away, and to be increased. So, and this is not the right way of doing it. I can actually come here. Let me see. This is the content that holds each of all this text. I can give this content, which is a div, I can give it a font size, and that should cover for each of all these that I did right here. So I don't really have to, give the font size for each of these paragraphs. Let me just undo that and we see what I mean right here. So I'll come to this content and let me save that first, and this should reduce back. I'll come to this content and paste the font size, and I'll save that, and we have it right here. So instead of giving each of these font sizes and all, I can just give the content, which is the div that holds each of them. So I'll give the font size, I'll say 1.8 rem, and I'll save that, and we have the font size. So let's see, it is not really bold. We don't really have to give it a font weight of bold. Okay, this one is bold. This rating number, I guess that's the rating number. So I can just give the rating number. No, is that the rating number? Yes, that is the rating number. I can give it a font weight of bold. So I'll just say font weight, and I'll say bold. And if I save that, we should have the font weight increased. Okay, the font size, that's not the font size. Let's reduce the font size. We don't really have to give it font size since it's also under this content. So I'll save that and we should have that all set. Let me change the color. So I can, the color are, they are all the same. So I can directly change that in this content as well. So I'll say color and I'll give it a code as usual. I'll say 777E90, right? And save that and we have the color right there. Let's reduce the image of this. So I'll come to this image, the image size, I mean. So I'll come to the image right here and I'll give it a width and probably maybe an height. I'll say 24 pixels. I'll copy that and paste it and change this to height and I'll save that and we should have that reduced right here. So it's better like this. This font, this icon, this star, it is yellow, right? But right here, it is taking the color that we specified here for this div content, for this content div. So I need to change the uh color to yellow. So I can, we can't create a styled component like we did here for these icons. So but we can directly style the icons themselves right here. So I will give these two curly braces and I'll style it by saying color, a particular code. Let me just say yellow. It is yellow. Let's just leave it as yellow. Or let me just give it a code. I'll say it will have to be in quotes, right? So I'll say hash FF and I'll say B400. That is the code. It looks like yellow. And I'll save that and we should have that yellow right there. So that is it for the star. Let's see what else we can do right here. And those icons. Okay, we have these icons here. We'll come to the icons in a short while right here that holds all this text and the avatar, right? This content, I want them to align. Here's the content. Okay, this is the content. I want all the text and everything in the content to align horizontally so we can adjust the styles. So I'll say display flex and I'll save that. And okay, now we have them aligned. But the styles are still broken. So we need to, style it a bit further. But let's first see what we created right here. And if you look at this place, we have this rating, which is holding this image. You see the image, the star, the rating number, and this review, they are still horizontal, right? You see that is horizontal. Now, this location, which is the host and this country, they are also horizontal, right? So we need to give this rating as well as this location. We need to align them, I mean, they are also vertical. Sorry, I meant they were vertical. They are still vertical, but we need to align them horizontally. Yeah, sorry about that. This is vertical and this is horizontal. So they are still vertical. We need to, make it horizontal. So I'll first come here to this location and this location. I'll just copy this display flex of the content. Where is it? I'll copy this display flex and right here in this location, I'll paste it and I'll save that. And also you can see we have it horizontal right now. And also what else? This one that we have here, this rating. Where is it? Yes, this rating. I'll also paste that display flex right in there. And if we save that, we see it's right. So it is getting a little bit closer. So we have them all horizontally, right? So now we need to, give spaces between them or probably let's first put these icons. You see, we have these icons right here. Let's first style these icons, then we'll move them to the right place in right here. So styling the icon, I'll come here to each of the icon. We can create a style component for these icons and start styling them just like we've been doing up here. But I will just come here to each of them. This is the share icon and we have the share favorite close. So what do we want to do in these icons? Okay, I want to increase the font size. I want to change the color. Let me see. Okay, I want to change the color and it has this circular maybe container or border around it. I want to do that. So I just want to increase the width or the weight and give the border and change the color. as well. So to the styles, I'll come here. Let's start with this location. I'll do one and copy and paste it for the rest. So for the first one is this color. I'll first change the color and I'll give the code as usual, and that will be in quotes. So the code is hash 777E90, right? And if I save that, we should have the color change from black, right? You can see that right here. So I want to also increase the size. So let me just say width. I'll give the width to be, let me say 25, and also as well as the height. I'll also give it to be 25, right? So what else do we want to do? The circular something we have around it, we can give maybe something like a box shadow. A box shadow, we create that circular that we have, circular border, or no, I'll say, let me just say zero. It should be in string, right? I guess so. We'll say 00, and I want it maybe 2 pixels, like 2 pixels thick. And the color, now I'll give the color a particular code, and I'll say E6, I'll say E6, E8, and EC, right? And we should have that code, and I might just say insert. I also want to give the border radius, and I'll give that to be 50. I need to give this comma. I'll say border radius, and I'll say 50. Here's the border radius, and I'll save that, and we should have it increased, right, like this. So let me just copy it right here from the styles. I'll copy everything and I'll paste it in each of those icons that we have below right here, because I think they are the same. So I'll paste that here. I'll paste that right here. And for this close as well, I'll paste that. And if we save that, we see they are now increased. Right, so we have that, but we do not see the border around it, the border radius or something. Okay, I guess it's because the box shadow, I mean, we didn't see the box shadow, and that is because of the color that we have right here. It's not showing the color. And let me see, I didn't put one, I didn't put the E. So let me change that for everything. So I'll come here and I'll say E, and I'll save that. And we should have the border, right, exactly just as we wanted it. But look at it, it's slightly different from this. There is space in between it. For this space we can just use maybe padding. Yes, we can use padding to create this space in between this, this icon. So right here, we'll have to do that again for everything. So let me just come here. I'll highlight on this border radius, and I'll select each and every one of them so I can style them at once. So I'll say padding. I want to give it a padding of let's say 5. And if I save that, we should see, yes, the space, that is right. And we have spaces in between each of them. I can, use margin lefts, or maybe let me just use lefts. I'll say margin lefts to create the spaces in between them, and I'll say margin left, and I'll give it a value of say maybe 20, and let's see what that gives us. Okay, right, it's better right now. It is better like this. So having done this, we can just move it to this right hand side here, so it is aligned horizontally just as it is right here. And you can come to giving the margin for each of these. So what I need to do is just come here to I'll use this. Okay, we have this icon separate and we have this header separate. So I can use this header container. So I'll just come here to this header container. Here's the header container right here. I will give it a display flex, say display flex, and if I save that, we should have it right here. Okay, fine, it is right here, but it is at the top. Okay, it should be at the top. Let me see. Okay, right, it's fine there, but we have this space in between. I can also give justify content below right here. Say justify content, let me say space between, so it will create the space between. Yeah, right, exactly. Now we have that fixed, and we are getting closer to the design that we have up there. One thing I want to do here is to give this space. I can give a margin bottom to this title. We have this title, I can give a margin bottom to it, and also, like, wrap it or break it right here after this off. So what I need to do is come here to this title. I'll give it a margin bottom, say margin bottom, and this margin bottom will have the value of, let me say, 2 rem or 20 pixels, and we should have that space. Okay, fine. Let me reduce the width of this, so when it is long it breaks right here. So I can just give it a max width, or say max width, and right here in this max width I'll give it a value of say 600, and I can just give it, let me say 600 or 640. So I'll say 640 right there. And if I save that, we should have this text broken right there. And we do not see it broken. Why is that? Okay, because I did not add anything. I did not add maybe pixels or whatever. So if I save that, okay, right, we have it broken. So it is similar to this right there. And we have this space right here as well. So the next thing I want to do is just, give spaces in between each of all these components. And let's see the components, each of them. We have this rating and we have this location right here, and the review as well. So the rating, first off, with the rating, I can give it a margin left. So it creates this space right here. Let me see, where is the rating? This is the rating that has the image. Okay, right. So this rating, you want to give this space, you want to give this space, and this as well. So we'll do each of them directly. I will come here to the rating. I will say margin left, and for this margin left, I want to give it say maybe 1.5 rem, and I'll save that. And let's see what we have. Let's give it a little bit of time to see. Okay, yes, we have the margin right here, but we will still give margin to this place. That's not what we want. Let me copy it right here, and I'll paste it at this review. Let me see the review. Okay, this is the review, right? This text, this is the review. We want this margin right here. So right in this review, let me see the review. Okay, right. I'll paste it here, and I'll save that, and we should have that space right there. So that is it for the review. We can also do that for the location. I'll paste that for the location, and we should have that margin left right there. So we have the location and the reviews with the margin, so they are separated from each other. But this rating, let's see this rating. Okay, this rating should be close to this. Let me see. Yeah, this is the rating, right? And this is the, okay, we have this rating number. We also see this country, this super host, and this Manitoba. We see they have this space in between each of them. So right here in this country, I can also give this paragraph. I can give it maybe a margin left of say 1.5 rem to as well, and I'll paste that, and we should have that space right here. So these icons, they are in the right place where they should be, but let me see what we have here. Okay, let's see, let's give this space right here so we can have this margin between this right and this left of this title header, right? So we have to come right here to the top. Let's come to the top, and the margin we want to give is to this wrapper, because it's the wrapper that holds each of the content that we have right here, that holds all the content. So I just need to give this wrapper, let me say, a padding. uh I will do that, right? I'll say padding. I want to give the top and the bottom as well as the right and the left. So I'll say padding. What am I typing? So I'll say padding, and right in this padding for the top and the bottom, I can just say maybe 2.5 rem or 2 rem. Let's leave it at 2.5. And for the right and the left, I'll say 10, because the space is quite much, or wide, right? So we have 10 rem and we have 2.5 for the top and the bottom. But is it aligned? Okay, let's remove the one we gave this earlier at this content. Let me see, where is the content? Is it the content we gave? Or let's see, this is the header, this is the content, right? And this is the header. So let's see the header. It's either the header or the content. I can't really remember. Where is the header? Okay, this is the header. It's not the header, it's the content. Then no, it is not the content. Let me see again. Okay, the rating. Let's see, where is the rating? Okay, right here it is the rating. So I'll remove that and I'll save that, and we should have it aligned right here. So let's just leave it like this. We are up to it and we have it created. So we have this title header created, and that is it for the title header. But if we see right here, let me see. Here we have this space. Let's try to do that lastly before we go. And this is the image. What do we have after the image? We have this star. Okay, so I can't give the rating. I can't give the rating. So it's either I give this image or I give this star a margin. Let me just come right here to the image. I'll come to the image. I'll give it a style and I'll give it a margin right. So we have this space right here. So I'll say styles first off, and in it I'll say margin right, and I'll give it say something like maybe 20, and if I save that we should have that margin right. So basically that is it for the title header. Let's move next to creating this other components right here. So now let's create this component, this images container. So let's first see what we'll be doing right here. I'll create a div or a container that will hold these images, all of these images. Then I'll create another one that will hold this main one, excluding these three we have right here. And I'll create each of the div that will hold each of all these, components, these images. So I'll create the components, I'll style them, and I'll explain using, maybe a pictorial illustration or something, or a presentation, right? And you would understand it better. But this is basically just a grid property. It is just the grid property we'll be using in creating this component. So let me just come here right below this header container right here. So I'll create a component. I'll call it image container, right? And this image container will be a div. So I'll create another component and I'll call it main image, right? And this main image will hold the image itself. But before that, I can, maybe create something else, because we need to, like style it a little bit more. I'll create this one. I'll call it main image box. It's just really necessary. Okay, let's leave it first and we'll see later on. So I'll say image. Now this will be the image itself. I'll give the path src, and the path is under images and the name is photo. I think, is it photo? Let me just paste it. I'll paste it right there, and that's the image. So I can just copy this image. No, let me copy this main image box, and I'll paste it few number of times for the other images that we have at the right hand side here. So we will have the first image first off, right? Below this main image, the first image, the second image, and the third image, right? So let me just format this a little bit, and the first one, I'll change it to first image. Say first image. This one will be second image, and the last one will be third image, right? So we have each of the images right there. So now what we need to do is create each of these styled components and style it accordingly. So I'll come here to the top. I'll copy these icons and paste it right here. Let me copy it again. Paste it here few number of times. Change this to the image container and to be a div, right? Change this to the main image, right? This will be the main image, and I also created one again. I think that's the main image box. I'll just write box right here, and this will be the image itself, right? This will be an img, right? I guess so. So what other component did we create? And we created the first, second, and third image. Let me copy this and paste it again. And so this will be the first image, and this will be the second image, and we have the third image as well, right? So, and they will all be divs, right? Only this image img. Okay, no. Okay, let me paste this, copy it and paste it. So I'll change this to image, right? So only this img will be the image. The rest would be divs, right? So we have the image container created, and let's save it and see what we have right there. Okay, I'm getting an error. Cannot redeclare blocked scope variable image. Okay, Did I declare it already? Okay, I already declared it here. This image, which is this image that we have right here. So I can just change this one. I can change it to maybe something like avatar or, anything as long as it fits what we are describing it for. So let me change it here. I'll say avatar, avatar, right? And I'll come right here to this image and also change it as avatar. It can be anything, any name, as long as this element or this tag we are given here aligns with what we want it to do or what we want it to be, which is, basically an HTML element or HTML tag. So I'll save that and let's see what we have here. Okay, image is a void element tag and must neither have children nor use. Okay, where is this coming from? Let me see right here. And let's check down the components. This is the first image, and this is the image, right? We have the first image. Oh, okay. Yes, this is the reason. Okay, I understand why. Now it's telling us that this image, this first image, because we gave this first image as img, and we also gave the image an image. So it's saying that it cannot have, another image like, as as its children, as its child, yeah, so to speak. So we need to just change this in the first place shouldn't be an image, it should be a div. And if we save that, we should see the image right there. Let's see the image. Okay, we do not see the image, it's not showing the image. Let's come here. Okay, it should be images, right? Let me change it to images. So I'll say I'll add the s. This should be images, right? And I'll save that and let's check again, and we should see the image right here. Fine. So we see the images and we see it in this vertical direction. We see it vertical, it is vertical. So let's style it and make it look like this, right? So I'll start with the image container, right? The image container holding all of these images, right? So let's go to the image container, and in this image container I want to first give it a display of grid. So let me just style all the components and I will explain everything. So I'll say I want it to be grid. I want the gap. I want to give it a gap of 10 pixels, and I want the grid template column. We used this property earlier and we know what it means. Say the 4RF and 1RF, FR, I mean. So I'll copy this and paste it for the row as well. I'll say the row, and this time around the row will be 2 and 3. I'll explain each of all these using a presentation. Yeah, so it should be rows, not row. Okay, that is fixed. So what else can we do right here? Now to the image, let me save that and let's see what we should have before coming to each of the images. So we have it in this format. We have this space, the gap in between each of them, and we already stated that it should be in a grid format, right? So I'll come here to the main image and I'll style each of the other images. So for the main image, I'll give it this grid column and the grid row. I'll explain each of these very soon. So I'll say the grid column, I want it to be 1, 4, right? And I'll copy this and paste it for the grid row, and that will be 1, 4 as well. And I'll copy this and paste it for other parts of the div, like this first image, the second image, and the third image, right? So this first image, I'll paste it here and I'll change it to 4 divided by, or 4 over 3, and this should be, no, should be 5. Yes. Let me see. 4. Okay, 5. Yeah, let's leave it like that. And the row should be 1 and 2, like so. So I'll paste it right here for the second image, and this second image, the colon will start from the uh, fourth column and it will end at the fifth one, right? So for the row, the second image, let me see, that should be below. Okay, should start from the second and end at the third, right? So, and for the third image, let's see. Let me copy it again and paste it right here. So, the second images should start from the fifth. The third image, I mean, this should start from the fourth and end at the fifth, and this should start at the third and end at the fourth, right? So, let me save that and let's see what we should have right here. Let's see what this gives us. Okay, now we see we have this in a grid format, and I'll explain how the grid row and the grid column works. I'll explain in a short while. So let's style it a little bit more so we can achieve that design that we want. So I'll come to this main image, the image itself. I'll give it, let me say, should I give it a width, the 100%, copy that and paste it for the height as well, and I'll save that. What else? I want to give the image a border radius. So I'll say border radius of 20 pixels, right? Border radius 20 pixels. I'll save that, and yes, we should have the border radius affect all images, right? So what else should we do right here? This image, that is this main image, I want to make it, a bit bigger so it can occupy the space below right here. So it will be just like this. And to do that, I'll come here to this main image box that I have as a div right here. And what I just need to do is I'll copy this, the width and the height. I'll paste it right here and I'll save that. And let's see what we have. We should have that. Let me see. Okay, right. We have it just exactly like we have right here. So now let me explain briefly how this grid works. If you know how grid works and how this grid row and column works, you should understand what I did right here in this grid column, using this grid column and grid row property, and using this grid template columns and row. Earlier, I think we only used the columns. I don't think we used the row. So now let me explain how it works. I have something I drew right here in Word, and I'll briefly explain how it works, how this image, right, that we have right here works. Let me minimize this. Let me adjust it a little bit. So I'll adjust this as well so I can explain and show you side by side what I did right there. I'll move this to this side and you can see it right here. I'll adjust this a little bit. Let me see. Okay, it's better like this. So now let me explain what's happened here or what we did here. So now I want you to note that this is the column and this is the row. Horizontally, like this way, like this, following this arrow is the column, and vertically down like this is the row. Now we have four images here, right? We have four images, and if we check our code right here, we see we have the main image, the first, second, and third. Now let's explain each of these one by one. We gave this main image grid column of 1/4 or 1/4, and we gave the grid row as well 1/4. Now what this grid column means that is that we want this image to be placed. Let me see, let me use this as an example. Let me bring this right here. So what we mean is that we want this image to be placed within this place, within this, we want it to be placed within the horizontal dimension of the grid, this way, this arrow, following this arrow. We want it to be placed horizontal dimension of the, and we want the grid row means that we want the item, which is the image, to be placed within the vertical dimension of the grid. This is how a grid is. This is the format. We want it to be placed vertically and horizontally. Now, this is the first grid, this is the second, this is the third, and this is the fourth, right? So by saying 1/4 right here, we mean that it will start at the first grid and we end at the fourth grid, right? And by saying 1/4 column as well, it means the same thing. It will start at the first grid of the row and end at the fourth of the row. So this is the row, this is the column. So let me do something right here to make you understand a little bit. So I'll say insert the shape. Let me minimize it back. So right here, by saying 1 over 4, this is the first grid. I want it to start at the first grid. I said 1 over 4 for the, let me see. I said 1 over 4 for the column and 1 over 4 for the row, right? So now, let me do this again. Insert shape and right here. So 1 over 4 for the column means it's starting at the first grid for the column right here. This is the column horizontally, starting at the first grid and ending at the fourth grid, right? And for the row, is starting at the first grid right here at the top and ending at the fourth grid right here this way. So it's taking this width of this column of this grid, is taking this width of this grid 1 over 4. That is it for the column. That is it for the first image, right? And if we see the second image, what do we have right here? Okay, that is it for the main image. For the first image, we said 4 over 5 for the grid column and 1 over 2 for the row, right? So now let's see. This is the first image right here. We said it should have 4 over 5. So it's starting at the fourth grid for the column and ending at, the fifth grid. Yeah, basically the fifth grid. Yeah, is basically saying this line, right? So starting at the fourth grid right here. Let me mark this again and insert shapes, right? So what we are saying right here is that we want it to start right here, this fourth one, and we want it to end right here. So it is taking that width, and the same as well. The second image, this second image, 4 over 5, starting for the column and for the row, 2 over 3, right? So let me bring this right here. So the 4 over 5 for the column means that it's starting right here, this place right here, and it's ending, colon is horizontally like this. So it's starting right here and ending here. But for the row, it is starting at the second one. This is row horizontally, starting from the top here and ending down here, right? And you see this is also the same thing, 4 over 5, starting here and ending here. For this grid row, starting at the top, which is the third row, and ending right here, the fourth. So with that way, we can, specify how we want the image to be positioned on this, grid, so to speak. So with that, so if I come here and, adjust something, what can we adjust? Let's adjust the main image. The main image is taking, the main image is starting right here, 1 at the row, is starting here and is ending right here at the fourth one. But if I change this one to 3, let me change it to 3, you'll see that it will end right here and it will not end here. So if I save this now, we should see it clipped or cut at this, at this line. So let me save that and you should understand better with this explanation. So you see now, you see it is clipped. It is starting from this column. It is the row I change now. It is the row I change to 3. So it is starting from this first row right at the top and it is ending at the third row. That is why we have this space right here. So if I change it back to 4, we should have it, ending right here. So basically, that's just how this grid works and how you can, style and position these images, in the way that you want. So I just use this to explain how it works. So let me just close this up, and no, I don't want to save it. And right, let's continue with, styling a React component. So I'll bring this back to how it was. And yes, so that is it with the image container. We have the image container created, and let's move to now this section. Let's create this section below. So now at this section, we want to divide this component into maybe 2 or 3 parts, maybe 3 parts or 2 or 4. Let's just see what we'll be doing here. We want to create this, component separate and this as well separate. So let's start with this one that has the place details, and I'll come right here below this image container, still inside this wrapper. I'll create a component. I'll call it let me call it maybe details container. Yes, and just call it details container, right? And in this details container, it will hold all this entire content that we have right here, including these amenities, right? So now this details container will also have maybe something like a details wrapper, right? And this wrapper will start by adding this title right here. So I'll call this the title. I think we also have one title right here. So is it the same? Let me see. It is not the same, so we will not use that. So I might just call this one details title. It will be inside this wrapper, be inside this details wrapper. So maybe let me just call it details title, right? And I'll paste it here. Entire service, the classy nature house. And inside this title and below this title, we have this hosted by and the name. So let's just create a component and call it, maybe we can call it hoster, like the one who hosted the place. So it will have a text hosted by, and below that text we have the image, and I'll say image. We already created image earlier. Let me see if I can use the avatar, that avatar we created earlier. So I'll say src, and here we pass the image parts and the name. It is under images directory, and the name is avatar.jpg, and I'll close that up. And the next thing we have is this name, this kind of name. So I'll create the component name, and right at this name, I'll paste that kind of right there. So we have this created. Now the next one is this place, this types, the guest, So below this hoster, here's the hoster. Okay, right here this should be the hoster. The hoster should wrap this hosted by and these images as well. Okay, let me copy this hoster, cut this out, and I'll paste it right here. What I wanted to do is create another component for this hosted by, right? And I'll call it host, and paste the hosted by in there. So we should have this div holding this horizontally right here. So below this hoster, we create a place. Let me call it place types, right? Place types. And this place types, we have another component. Let me copy this and say just place type. So each of these place type, because we want to style each of them, the same way. So we have to use the same component for each of them. So this place type, we have this icon, this home, and these two guests. This one, we also have this icon and these two guests as well. They have the same styles, the color, the font size, the icon as well. That is why we are creating these place types. That is why we are creating this place type. So we can put all of them in this place type. So, right, the first one I need to put right here in this place type is the home icon coming from the material UI. Let's use this home icon, and I'll close that. And right after the home icon, we have this place type or this type name. Let's say type name, and I'll say type name, right? And this type name, we have the two guests. So I'll just say two guests, right? And what else? That's all. So I'll just copy this place type and duplicate it 2 more times for the bedroom as well as the private bath. So bedroom, private bath, right? So I'll change this text to 2 bedroom, and this would be private bath, and this will be 1, not 2. And so now I'll change the icons for each of them. This is the flag. I'll use the flag right here, the flag icon, and I'll copy it and paste it for this bedroom as well. So we have that created. The next thing is this uh, content, this text, this description, long description. I've copied it and I'll create the component, and I'll do that below these place types. This is the place types holding all of these together. So below these place types, I'll create another component, and let me just call it content. So this content will hold this description, this text. So inside this content, I might say something like content text, which will be a paragraph, right? I'll paste the, okay, I didn't create that. Okay, there's an error right there. Let me do that again. So this content, inside this content, okay, there's a mistake right there. I don't know where this is coming from. Let me create that again. I'll say content, right? And inside this content, we have the content text, right? And this content text, I'll paste that description. We have it, it's long. I'll leave it like that. And the next thing we want to do right here is these amenities. We have these amenities, this title, and we have these, amenities below. So let's just do that, and that should it be below the content? No, it should still be inside the content. Let's put it inside the content. No, they are separate. This is the content and this is the amenities. Let's separate it. Below this content, we are going to create the, let's just say, amenities text. Amenities text. Right. And this amenities text, we have these amenities. So I'll just copy these amenities and I'll paste it right here. And below the amenities, we have these options, the free Wi-Fi, free computer, and all that. So I just need to create another component. Let me call it amenities option, right? Options. And I'll close that. And in these amenities options, we create two separate components. These are this left hand side and these are this right hand side. So let me just say left amenities, and I'll do that for the right as well. I'll copy it and I'll change this to right. Yes. And in this left amenities, we have these amenities. So I'll just say amenities again because they have the same properties and styles. We will be using this amenities cost component for each for each of them. So the first one, I'll say free Wi-Fi. I won't create everything because of time. I'll just say create few of them. So free Wi-Fi, and let me just copy it and paste it again. I'll duplicate it. I won't bother to change it. So this for the left and this for the right. So for the right, I'll copy these amenities again and I'll paste it right here. Sorry about that. I'll paste it right here, and this I'll change it to, let me just say, free computer. So as to make it different, free computer, right? And I'll copy it and paste it again. So we have the amenities created, right? So that is it for this section, for this part, this details container. So let's move into styling this details container. But first, let's create the component for each of these and style them accordingly. So let me do that below right here. I'll create the styled component. Let me try to duplicate this. Let me try to open this vertically, right at the right. So I'll put this here. No, let me open it here again. Right, this, where is the place details? Right. So we have it here. So I intentionally opened it at these two sides so that I can see the components that I'm creating right here. So we have this details container. So I'll say, let me copy it, details container, and I'll paste it here, right? And we have styled dot div, and I'll copy this and paste it few number of times. So let me just, create the component for each of all these that we created. Then we go into, renaming it from to the right or the appropriate elements. So let me do each of them. So now I've created for each of them, and let me come here to, it's telling us that we cannot redeclare, it twice. And let's see where we did that initially. Okay, this host right here, this super host. And so let me just change this. Let me change this to detail host. Okay, we have the name here already. So what else? We have another one in this content. So that means we have another content here. Okay, we have this content and I can just change this to maybe detail content, details content. I'll copy it and I'll paste it in this content. Let me see the content we created. Okay, right here. Paste it in this content, detail content, and we have that. So if I save that and we should see what we have right here. The styles should be broken. Let's wait for it. Okay, right. We have it right here. And you see how small they are. Yours might not be as small or tiny as this. And one of the reasons why I guess it's tiny as this is because of the font size, the root font size we gave it initially. So I'll close this up. Let me let me close this and let's go into styling each of these components. Okay, let me open that back again. I want to be seeing it. I don't want to have to scroll up and down. I'll open this and place section. Close this up and we should have the place section. So I want to be seeing it. Okay, sorry, that should be place details, not place section. Place details, right? So I want to be seeing this component right here, this one. Okay, a details container. So starting with the details container, what do we do first here? Let me increase this. Let me see. This is the details container. Okay, the details container is the one holding all of these contents, this one and this one, right? So let's leave that for now. We won't touch the detail container yet. Let's first increase the font sizes of all this text individually. Oh, we've not changed the elements. Okay, so that's what we need to do first. We need to change each of these elements. So this detail container is a div, right? As expected. The wrapper, detail wrapper 2 is also a div. This title, detail title is h1, and this hoster 2 would be a div or a paragraph. Let me see the hoster. You can just leave it as a div like that. Okay, yes, this hoster is a div. And this host detail will be a paragraph, like the p tag. The name too as well will be a p tag, or maybe we can just give it a span. And the place types will be a div, right? And the place type will also be a div. The type name, here's the type name. Let me see the type name. Okay, this type name will be a paragraph, right? Yes, we can give it a paragraph, or we can just make it a span like this. I'll paste that. Now the details content. Here's the details content. This is the detail content. This will be a div, but the content text, right? The content text would also be a paragraph. So I'll save that as a paragraph. The amenities text. Let me see the amenities text. The amenities text will be an header, right? Because let's check. You see it's big here. So it will be an header, right? And the amenities option, let me see the amenities option. Okay, that one will be a div. The left amenities will also be a div. The right amenities div. But these amenities won't be a div, but it would be a paragraph. So I'll say the p tag, or maybe you can give it the span, but I'll say the paragraph. So that is it. And right, let's save that and let's see what we have right here. And let's style each of them accordingly. So, okay, now we see it has changed a little bit. Let's increase the font sizes of each of them. So starting with this details title, I'll increase the font size right here. I'll say font size and I'll give it 0.5 rem and I'll save that. And what else again? The hoster is now a paragraph. This details host. This details host. Let's increase the font size. Let's give it a font size. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. And for this host, I'll give it 1.6 rem, right? And I'll save that. What else? The span too can also take a font size, and I'll copy this as well and I'll paste it right here. Paste that and I'll save that. What else can take font size here? The type name. Type name. Let's leave the type name for that for now. This detail content. Okay, let's give the core content text. Let's give it also a padding or also a font size, and I'll say maybe 1.8 should be bigger than the others, right? And what else can we give? This amenities text. We can paste it here, and this amenities text is quite small. I'll say 1 rem, and the amenities, right? The amenities itself, I'll increase the font size. I'll give it 1.8 rem, or maybe I should give it 2. No, let me leave it at 1.8 rem. I'll save that, and we should have the font sizes increased, right? So we have the font sizes increased. So let's add more styles to it. Let's come here so we can see it. Now, the first thing I want to do right here is let's start with this hosted by and the name. We have the hosted by and the name. This is it. We have it in this hoster. So we are going to style the hoster first. The hoster is a div, and for the hoster, I'll first give it a display flex so that it can align horizontally. Because if you see right here, it is vertical. So I'll come here to this hoster and I'll say display flex, right? Display flex, and let me save that and let's see what we have. Let's see what we have right here. Okay, now we have it horizontal, right? What else do we have here? We have the uh margin right here, but we leave that for now. I'll come to that a little bit much later. Let's give the let's change the what's it called? Let's change the color, the text color, right? So I'll come here to this detail host. I'll change the color. I'll say color. I'll give it a code. Why do we not have that coming up? So I'll give it a code. I'll say hash 777 E90, right? And I'll save that. What else do we want to style here? This name. Let's This is the name, right? This kindy. We have the name. We see this space right here at the left, this image. We can give it a margin right here and make the font weight, bold. So let's come here and this one, I'll say margin left, and I'll give it the value of maybe, let me say 8 pixels or so. Oh, we have that mistake. I'll say margin left and I'll say 10 pixels, or let me say 8. And I'll also increase the font weight. I'll say bold, right? And I'll save that. We should have the space and it is bold now. You can see it's bold, right? So this title, we have this space right here below this title. So the title should actually take, margin. Here's the title, detail host. Let's give it margin so it will create that space right there. So I want to create the space for the top alone and not for the right and left. So I'll say 8 pixels for the top alone and 0 for the right and left. We should see it right here. Okay, we have the space, but this is broken because the name and the image, they are up while this hosted is down. So maybe I can just come right here to this hoster. Here's this hoster, and I can give it another property, and I'll say align items, and I'll say center. That should help us fix. Let me see center. Let's see. it should come down to the level of this hosted by. Let's see. Okay, right. We have it down. I don't know why it's taking slow to, load. So now we have that created. Let's come down here and style these icons and this text. So the first thing I need to do is adjust the place types. Let's see the place types right here. Okay, we see the image. They are all horizontal. So as usual, as well, we'll just copy this display flex and I'll come here. Let's come to the place type. We want to place it at the place type. So I'll paste it right here and I'll save that, and that should align it horizontally on a straight line. We can also, okay, fine. Let's give it margin to separate it from the top and the bottom. So I'll say margin, say 40 pixels and 0 for right and left. Right. And this place type, while we are waiting for this to go, okay, now we have that space. Let's see. Okay, fine. So let's style the icons and as well as this text. We style them one by one. So now moving to the icon, first off, here's the icon. Let's see it down here. We can style the, yeah, we can create a styled component for the icon. So I'll come here to this home. I'll say styles and I want to give it space at the right. You can give it space at the right or left, anyone, but I want to give it right. So it will give the space here, to give it space here. If I give it left, this might not align with this, vertically. So I'll say styles and I'll say margin right, and I want to give it 5 pixels, right, and I'll say 5 pixels, and that should be in quotes, right. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it for other, icons. So I'll copy this style and I'll paste it right here in this flag and this one too, this flag, and what else? That's all. You have that. I'll save that and let's increase the font size of this type name. I don't think we've done that. Okay, we haven't. This is a type name right here. Let me just give it maybe 1.5 rem. I'll say font size and I'll say 1.5 rem. I'll save that and let's see what we have for the font size. Now, while that is loading, let's style this description or this content. So right below in this content, let me see, we can also change the color. We can change the color, but instead of doing this right here, I can just come here. Let me cut it out and I'll do that in, where is it? I'll do it in this place types, right? Because you see this place type is the one that holds, or no, this place type, this place types, and this is place type. This is with the S holding every one of them, and this is without the S holding each of this, content, the icon and the text. So inside this place type, this one, okay, that is where we did it initially, right? That is just, no, this is the type name, this is the place type, right? So let me do it here. This is the place type. I'll paste it here and I'll increase it. Let me give it 1.6 to increase it a little bit. And to change the color, I'll specify the color property and I'll give it a code. I'll give it this code. I'll say hash 777E90 and I'll save that. And I'll also, let's see, let's see it first. Okay, we have the space. Okay, we have the color, we have the text color. We also want to give this space at the right after each of them. So I'll say margin. Let me say margin right, and I'll give it the property of 1.3 rem or maybe 1.8. Let me say 1.5, 1.5, and I'll save that 1.5 rem. And let's see, if I save that, we should have this space right here. Let's wait for it. Right, so we see the space created. Right, so we are getting closer to the design. Let's style this content, this description. So let me just copy this color. I don't want to have to type it again. And write in this content text. This is the content text. I'll paste the color right there. What else can we do in this content text? We can also give this, margin. Yes, we can give this margin. So we have space below right here. But first, let me style this content text. Uh, I've given it the color. Can I give it the line height? Let me see. Yes, you see this space, and we see this is clumped together, right? So I can just use the line height property. I'll give it the value of 2. Say 2, and I'll save that, and we should see it in a short while. So what else can we do? This detail content, I want to give it this margin at the bottom right here. So I'll say margin bottom, say margin bottom, and I'll give it say 1.8 pixel, 1.8 pixel or 1.8 rem, right? So you should see the margin below right there. What else can we do again? Now we have to come to these amenities, and we'll take care of this long text later on. You see it's not long here. We are coming to that. Let's first style these amenities, right? So we have the right amenities and we have the left amenities. I'll first come to this. I'll start with this amenities text, which is this main header. We have the font size increased already, and this amenities text is not supposed to be a div. We can make it h4. That is why it's very tiny here. You can make it h4, and we have the font size as 1 rem, right? So we can give this space between this text and this free Wi-Fi just as it is right here, this space. So I'll come here, and this below this font size, I'll give it a property of margin bottom. I'll say margin bottom, and this margin bottom will have the value. This margin bottom we have the value of 10 pixel, and I'll save that. And let's see, we should have the space right here. Exactly. Let's increase the font size a little bit. I'll say maybe 3 rem, and that should be increased in a short while. And what else? This amenities option is a div. Let's quickly style it. What do we want to do here? We want, let me see, we have this amenities option, taking this left amenities and this right amenities, and we want them side by side, right? So in here, I'll just come and give this amenities option. I'll give it the display flex, right? And we have the display flex for the amenities. If I save that, we should see it. Now, I want them to take equal width, equal width. This take this width. If this is taking 250 pixels, this is taking also 250 pixels. So for that, I'll come to each of them. I'll use the flex property. I'll say flex. I'll say 1, and I'll copy that and I'll paste it right here in this right amenities. I'll paste that, and we have flex 1 too. So if I save that, they should take equal width. They should take an equal width, right? So this is at this side and this is at this side. So let me just delete this and make it. Let me just delete this one of this, right, and save that. So what else can we style in these amenities? Let's change the, text color is not bold. We'll leave it like that. Let's just change the text color and, add margin so there will be space between each of them. So I'll say color, and I'll give it that same code, right? I'll say hash E77 and E90, right? We have the color code. And what else can we do? Let's give the margin top. I'll say margin top, and this margin top, I'll say 3 rem, right? And we are having errors here. Why is that? Let me see. property value expected. I'll just close it up right here, and let's see property value expected. What is it asking for? Margin top. The issue is coming from the margin top. I actually don't know why this error is coming here. Let me comment this out a bit, and let's see. Okay, I guess it's coming from this color. And let me see. Let me just copy this one. I'll copy it and I'll paste it right here. And okay, we have that fixed. So what was the issue initially? I don't know. Let me uncomment it and let's see. We have hash 77E90, or is it because of this small letter E? I don't think so. I'm not just using E. Okay, I think I know why. Right. Is it because of this zero or this O? It's supposed to be O, not zero. So I don't know. Let me just leave that out for now. I'll comment it out and we continue with the others. I'll save this and let's see what we have right here. The color should change as well as the margin, right? So we have that space in between each of them. So let me style this right amenities. I already gave it flex of 1. I'll give it the border radius left. I'll say border radius, no, border left. I'll say border left. I want it 1 pixel. I want it solid, and as well I'll give that code that I copied. Right, I'll remove this color. Yes, just like that. I can also give, maybe padding at the left. I'll say padding left, and I'll say 25 pixels. So we have that space outside. Right, so what else can we do? I think that's all for now. Let me save that and let's see what we have right here. We'll come to, clipping this image very soon. Okay, we have that right there. So uh let's see what we can do here again. Let me come to this description, which is the detail content. Let me see it here. Okay, this is the detail content. So I guess that is it for now for this detail container. So we come here to create this let's call it price container, right? So we create it and style it accordingly. So moving on to the next section, which is this container right here, I will come here and create the component. So let me just move this to this side right here. And let's start by creating the component below this wrapper. Yes, this wrapper holds this part. Then we'll create another div that will hold this part. So below this wrapper here, I'll create a component. I'll call it maybe pricing container. And inside this pricing container, we want to have this we want to divide let's divide this into several components, this into one part, this into another part, and so on like that. So for the first one, maybe I can just say pricing header, right? And this pricing header would be a div holding this, this whole pricing content, and the content inside this pricing header are this text, this price, and this rating, and this image. So let's create that. Let me change this to pricing, and right in here we'll start with this part. So I'll create say something like a price rating. So let's just say price rating, right? And inside this price rating, we'll first have the price. This would also be a div. They are all divs. Now the first one is the discount price. So I'll say discount price, and right. So I'll give the discount price, which is $200, the $200, and as well as this the normal price, which will be $150. So let me copy this and paste it here. So I'll just say maybe normal price or original price, anyone, and this will be $150. 150, and we have this per night, like that slash night. So let me just say per, and I'll give this slash and night, right? So below this price, we also want to create this rating, right? So I'll come here below this price and I'll say rating. Yes, and this rating, we have this icon and this as well as this review text. So The first one, I'll use the star icon from Material UI. We used it before, so we won't need to import it again. So I'll say rating number. I think we also used that before, rating number, and I'll give 4.8, right? And below it, we have the review, this review. So let me copy this and I'll paste it right here after creating the component called review. Yes, I'll paste it here and you have that. So that is it for this rating. We also have this image right here. So to create that image, I'll do that below this price rating, right? Below this price rating. This price rating is holding these two. So below it, I'll create this image. So I'll say image and it will be an image. So I'll give the path and the image name. So I'll say src and the image can be found in the images directory, and the image name, this image name is this that same avatar that we used earlier. So I'll say avatar.jpg, right? So that is it for the header. Now let's fix this check-in, checkout and all. Now for the check-in and checkout, I'll come below this pricing container, right? No, it shouldn't be this pricing container. Let me see. This pricing container is this whole section. Okay. That should be below this pricing header, right? Below this pricing header, I'll create this let me call it check-in container, right? And this check-in container, we have this top and this bottom content, yeah, so to speak. So we have this check-in and we have this guest. So now I'll say top content, say top content, and in this top content we'll have this check-in and this checkout. We'll have this calendar too as well, and this input type date, right? So now in this top content, let me create a div. I'll call it checkbox, right? In this checkbox, we have this icon. First I'll say calendar. Let's see the icon. Okay, let me give this, say calendar. Okay, we have calendar today. Let me use this, and this is the icon. This is the icon. So now after the calendar, we have this check-in text, and I'll come here and say check-in, right? So I'll just pass the text directly in here. I'll say check-in, and below this check-in, we have this input, right? So I can just create this input form and I'll call it, that should be inside. Should it be inside? Yeah, inside this check-in. Let's do it inside this check-in. I'll say, let me call it new check-in. Yes, let me say new check-in and out. So I'll close that, and this would be an input, to be an input. This new checking out component will be an input element that we have, the type date, so that we'll be able to use this calendar. And yes, so I'll just copy it, this check-in checkout, copy it, and I'll paste it right here. For the checkout, I'll change this to checkout, right? And we have the component created. So the next thing is this guest that we have right here. So I can just, this checkbox, let me create another component, and that will be below this top content, because this is the like bottom content. So I will just create a checkbox. Let me say checkbox, and in this checkbox we have this icon first off. So I'll say the icon, this person icon from the material UI icon, say person, and right, let me see, I didn't import that. Let me say person, right, this one. So we have the person icon, and we also have this check-in, this guest. We also have this guest. I can just use this check-in again. Let me copy this check-in out, this one. I will copy it. Let me close this. I'll paste it here, this check-in. And in this check-in, I'll remove this one, and we have this checkout. So I can just change it to guests, right? And I'll create another component below here. I'll call it, let me call it date text, right? And in this date text, we have the two guests, right? So that is it for the components. Let's first create the styled component, and just like style them accordingly, starting from the recent one we just did that we've not styled, and that is this pricing container. Or we should probably just finish it all and start styling them accordingly. But let me do that. Let me come here, and in this place I'll create this component. I'll call it this pricing container. Let me copy it here, paste it, and we have this styled dot div to be a div. Give the backticks and I'll close it. So I'll copy it and paste it for the pricing header. This is for the price rating. This is for the price. This is for the discount price, the original price, and the this per night. And what else do we have? We have the rating and the rating number, right? And we have the review, right? And okay, I think we already created the image. So let me just change it and change it to their respective components. Let me do that real quick. Okay, so we have this tree already created before. That's why it's telling us that we cannot redeclare it. So let me just, maybe comment it out for now and we won't use that. So on the image as well. So let me create for this check-in container and this top content. Let me create the component. So I'll do that real quick and I'll rename it. So we have that created. Now let's give the elements for each of them. Now this pricing container, which is holding this whole content to be a div, the pricing header will be a div as well. The pricing rating too. The price, this price itself, it will be a div. Yes, let me say the price right here. So it's a div. The discount price would be it would be an heading. Let me just say H2. It's not really big. The original price, I would also say the original price, I would say H2 as well. The check-in container would be a div, right? The top content will also be a div. And what else do we have there? The checkbox. This checkbox will be a div. The check-in div, this check date text would be a paragraph. And this new check-in out, this one that has this, will be an input, this one. So I'll change it to input. Yes, and yes, that is it for now. Let me save it and let's see what we have right here. Okay, we see it right here. The styles are, broken and we need to just style it properly. We see all the content right here. So the first thing I want to do is let me first reduce this image. This image is just too big and I can just do an inline style for this image. I'll come here and I'll say style and I'll give it a width and height of the same value. So I'll say width, let me give it 70. And for the height as well, I'll give it 70 as well. So I'll save that and we should have it reduced. So let's see. Okay, fine. It's better like that. Let's increase the font sizes of this these prices, the H1 and the H2, the original price and the discount price. So right in here, I'll say font size, and I want to give it 3 rem. I'll copy that and paste it for the original price right here. And I'll save that and let me move this here so we can see it directly. I'll move it back in a short while. So we have that for the price. So what else do we want to do? We'll notice that it has a line on this discount price. So I'll come to this discount price. There's a property called text decoration and it has a value called line through, and that will give us the line across it. So let me just add more styles. I'll give it a color. I want to change the color and I'll give it a particular code. I'll say hash B1 B5 C3, right? So what else do we want to do? I'll save that and let's see. We should have it right there. So now let me see what else we can do. This is the price. Let's see this place. Okay, let's align it horizontally rather than vertically, right? And I'll also increase the font size of this per night. This per, here's the per. Okay, this par is not supposed to be a div. Let me change it to a paragraph, p tag, and I'll give it a font size. I'll copy this font size here and paste it right here. I'll reduce it a little bit and I'll say 1.5 and I'll save that and we can now align it horizontally. So to do that, I'll come to this price. This price div, I'll give it a display flex and that should help us align it horizontally. Say display flex and we should see it right exactly like that. So that is it for this price. We'll come back to it later on if you want to. Let's give it the space between this price and this review. So right here in this price too, I'll give it a say margin bottom, and the margin bottom we have, let me just say 10 pixels, and if I save that, we should have that space in between it. So let's move into styling this rating, this review. Here is it, this rating. Yes, this rating. We'll style the star and this rating number, right? So starting with the style, I want to give it a color of yellow. Let me come here. I think I once did style right here. Maybe I can just copy it and paste it. Okay, this is the star, and I'll copy the content, the properties that I gave it, and I'll paste it. Here's this. Okay, I'll come down below right here and paste it in this star. Let me see. Okay, this is the star. I'll paste it right there and I'll save that. What else do we want to do? We want to increase the size. I can directly use font size here. Let me say font size, and I'll give it 20 or 22. Let me say, okay, there's a typo there, say 22, and you should have it increased right there. So the rating number and the review, as for the rating number and the review, it says it has already been declared. So I will just let me change it right here. We already declared it above at the top. So I'll change each of these ones. I'll add price to it. I'll say price, and I'll copy this out, and I'll paste the price here for the rating. So it will be price rating, price review, and maybe price rating number. Right, so I'll save that. This would be this rating. Let me see. Say price rate. Okay, I need to uncomment this and add the price to each of them. Right, and this price rating would be a div. The price rating number would be a paragraph, and this price review as well would be a paragraph. So there's a typo here. Let me change this to 1.5 rem. Yes, like that. And the price rating cannot redeclare. Okay, we already have it here. So let me just remove this right here, and I'll save that. And yes, okay, we have it down right here. So I need to just come to this price rating, and I'll copy this display flex, and I'll give it to this price rating, and I'll save that, and it should be aligned horizontally, right? So that is it. And we notice that, okay, it is supposed to be down and not at the top. Okay, okay, first off, this entire content and this, they are supposed to be on the same line. So let me just come here and see what exactly is wrong. So this is the price rating. This is the price container. This is the price container. And this is the details wrapper. Let's see. Okay, now, so the thing is that this is the details wrapper, this entire content, right? We need to put this price container. I'll cut it out. It should be inside this details container and not outside it, right? So let's just put it below this details wrapper. This details wrapper is this left part, and this pricing container is the right part. So I'll close this pricing container. Let me see, format it, and we need to style this prior details container. So in this details container, I can just adjust the components. Let's come to the details container right here. No, that's details content. Here's the details container. Let me look for it from here. So I will just give it display flex. Let me say display flex, and I'll save that, and we should have it aligned right here. Exactly. Now we see it, it is aligned horizontally. So what else can we style in here? We can make this come to this right hand side, and style the other components. So let's see what we have here. This is the pricing container. We come back to the pricing container, and for the pricing header, let's see. I want to first give this pricing container. Let me see. Here's the pricing container. Let me give this pricing header style so that it can, align this horizontally, and this image can come to this side. Let me move this right here so we can see it directly as we save it. So in this pricing header, this is the pricing header. I want to first give it display flex, and we also, okay, so we have the image right there. So what else can we do right here? I can, I need to make this review. I need to make it come here. Let me see. It is here. Okay, it is below it, but right here it is at the side. And why is that? Let me see what is holding this. Okay, this is the price rating that has this, and this is the price. So it is inside this price rating. Let me see. Okay, yes, this is not supposed to be display flex. I need to remove this. That is why it is aligned horizontally. I'll save that and it should come down right here. Okay, fine. So now the display flex is supposed to be given to this price rating, right? This is the price rating. Oh, I see it now. We have two price rating. That is why we have this price rating here and we have this price rating here. That is what is causing it. And if we remove the price from here, it won't work because we already have rating. It will tell us it has been declared already. Let me just change it to review rating. I'll copy that, and this price rating, I'll paste it here, and this should have this display flex. And let me see, it should, okay, you have an error. Price rating is not defined. Okay, yes, it won't be defined. It won't be defined. I need to just copy it and paste it and remove this and change this to price rating, right? And I'll save that, and this should align horizontally. Yes, so this is what we are trying to achieve. This is what we are trying to achieve. Let's increase the font sizes of all this, of this price rating number and this price review. So here's the price rating number. We have it right here. I'll copy this font size and I'll paste it here. I'll paste it for the price review as well, and we'll change it for this font size. I'll give it 1.8, and for this as well, I can also give it 1.8 and save that. Okay, now we have it. We are getting closer to our design. So what else do we want to do right here? Let me see. I can give the space between these two elements or these two components. So this is the price, this is the rating review, and this is the image. So in for this price rating, or is it the price header? Okay, it should be the price header because the image too is still inside this price header, this pricing header. So in this pricing header, let's add some styles, some couple of styles. Let me say justify content. I'll say space between. It should be space between, and I'll save that. I'll also say align items. I want to align it at the center, and should I give it a margin bottom? Let me say margin bottom, and I'll give it say 32 pixel, and I'll save that, and let's see what we have right here. We might not see anything, and the reason why we might not see anything is probably because of the space right here. You see, this is taking the full width and this is just taking a small part of this place. So we need to make sure that this takes a certain width and this one takes a certain width. So let's do that in a very good way. This is the details wrapper. The details wrapper ends right here, and the pricing container starts from here and it ends here. So we have two separate components, the details wrapper and the pricing container. Now what I'll do is that I'll come to this details wrapper. Let's come to the details wrapper. Let me open it from here, and I will give it, let me give it flex. I'll use the flex property. I'll say flex, and I'll give it 1. Let me say 1. I'll copy it, and I'll also give that flex to this pricing container, right? This pricing container, I'll say flex 1, and I'll save it, and you see what we should have. Now let's see what we have right here. Okay, no, I gave it to the pricing header. That is wrong. Let me undo that. It should be to the pricing container, right? Pricing container. I'll paste that and I'll save it. Right. So we see we have, this is the full width. So they are taking equal space, right? This one takes 1 and this one takes 1. So that is basically how the flex works. And you can see the space between we gave it, not quite long, works right here. So the flex would make sure that when you give it 1 each, they will take the same width of the available width that we have right here. But if we look at this, we see they are not taking the same width. This one is quite wider than this. So all I just need to do is change it. Instead of giving this wrapper details, this details wrapper, instead of giving it 1, I'll give it 2. And the other one will take 1. Let's save that and see. Okay, fine. It is better now. So this is how we want it. So this is taking 2 and this is taking 1. So that is how you use property, the flex property, to make sure that your components, they take either the same available width, or you just make sure that the width this one is taking, this also takes a certain width, like that. So that is basically how the flex works. So now we are getting closer to the design, and we already have this right here. Let's see what else we can do again. I want to give that border. There's a border that this pricing container has, that border that surrounds it. So I'll come here to this pricing container, and I'll give it some couple of properties. I'll say, let me first say border. I'll say the border, I want it to be 1 pixel thick. It should be solid as usual. And the color of the border is a particular code called E6, E8, and EC. Right, I'll save that. And we also want to maybe give, okay, we have the border right there. And let's see if we can give maybe some padding, and it should have this border radius as well. So right here, I'll just say border radius, and I'll give the border radius 25 pixels. And let me say maybe padding, I'll say padding of maybe 32 or 30 pixels. Let me say padding 32 pixels, and I'll save that. So let's also come to, okay, now we have the design right here. So we have the padding created here in between. Now the next thing is this component that we have right here. You can style this a little bit more further, and just style it better, or style it the way you want, as long as you are understanding the way we are using these properties and the values that they have. So let's come here to this check-in container. This is the check-in container. It's a separate component on its own, and we have it also has its own child component. So now for this check-in container, the first thing I want to do right here is to give it a color. It has a color. If you check, I don't want to be opening and going again. It has a background color. So I'll just, let me give it a background color right here. I'll say background color, and I'll give it a particular code. I'll say F, let me say F4, F5, and F6. And that is the code. So we have that color right here, the background color. We also need to style it a little bit further by giving it something like the border radius, and I'll say 20 pixels. We also can give it padding, and for the padding, I'll give it 20 pixels, and as well as margin at the bottom. It should have a margin bottom, so that there will be a clear distinct space between it and other components. And I'll save that, and we should have that container right there. So we see it is similar to this one, like this. So we can now style it, the text, all the text in it. We don't need to touch this check-in, check-out, and the others, because they are just inside this check-in. So we can leave the check-in alone. And let me first come to this date text. Here's the date text. This date text that has this guest. I will first increase the font size. Let me give it, say, font size, and the font size I'll give it to be 1.8 rem. And I also want to make it bold, so I'll say font weight. I'll say font weight bold, right? And I also want to, let's leave it like that, or let's give it the margin. I want to give it the margin, and let me say, no, I don't want to give it for right and the left. Let me just give it a margin for the top, right? I want only for the top. I'll say maybe 1 rem, and I'll save that. And okay, right, we have this in bold, two guests, and what else? This new check-in, checkout, it to be an input. We have to give it, some other inline styles, or no, let's do it directly here. I want to first give it a border. The input, this input itself, it has a border, I'll say 1 pixel. Let me see. Okay, this is the input. Let me see. Let me undo this for now. I'll come to that later. And let me come to this checkbox. this is the checkbox that is holding the calendar and other content. You can style the calendar, give it some inline styles like using this style and add colors and so on. We'll leave that for now. I'll come to this checkbox. In this checkbox, I'll first give it display flex, so it will be aligned horizontally. I'll say display flex. I also want to give margin. I will give margin for the right, left. I'll give each of them values. For the top, I want 0. For the right, I want 0. For the bottom, I want 20 pixels. And for the left, I want 0. And we'll see what that would give us right now. So we have it aligned side by side. So that is it. And let me see again. This top content should also take some styles. This top content, I don't think we need to give it display flex again. Let me see. I'll copy this and paste it right here, and let's see if that will give us anything. Let me say justify content center, or I mean space between. We already have that. Here's the top content. We already have it spaced between. We really do not need this again. Do not need this. I can just comment it out. For now, we might use it later, but for now, let me just comment it out. And we also, let's see the check-in container. This check-in container, what other styles can we give it? Let me see. Okay, we have this calendar in this check-in. So for that calendar, I need to just come to the styles. I need to style it inline. This new check-in checkouts. I need to let me give it a property. I'll say type, and this type will be date. So if I save that, we should see the calendar. Okay, right, we have the calendar. Nice. So I'll copy that and I'll also give that for the checkouts. Right. So we should have date. So that is it. So now I can now style this new checkout component. I'll come here and I'll first give it a border. Let's see this place. I think it has this border. Yes, it has this border with this color, and we see this space in between this text, right? And this calendar, okay, I didn't give this calendar for at this side here, so we do that as well. And so I'll come here, I'll say the border, I want it 1 pixel and it should be solid. And the color, let me see, I think we already have the color here. Let me copy this color. I think this is the color if I'm right. Here, I'll paste it right here and I'll save that. And we should have the border. And let's also give, what else can we give? The border radius. So I'll say border radius and I'll give it, say, something like 10 pixels. And below it, we should have the padding. For the top and the bottom, I'll say 5 pixels. And for the right and the left, that one is quite wide. I'll say maybe another 10 pixels. I'm also going to give margins top, so there will be space. Let me just say 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem, and I'll save that. We should have that curved and we should have the space. Okay, this is at the top. Let me first copy this calendar. I'll paste it right here. Okay, there is a mistake right here. We will see it very soon. Okay, it's at the top now. This checkbox, I need to copy it. We should have, okay, let me copy this checkbox. This calendar today and this check-in, there should be a checkbox here and there should be another checkbox right here at the top, separating each. I'll save that. And okay, now the styles are quite broken. They are broken already. This is not how it should be. Let's first leave it as it is. We'll change it later. Let me, yes, what else can I do right here? Check in, check out. I think we are all good. Let me add some additional styles to this checkbox. I will say align items. I'll say center, and that should align this right down here. We can give the calendar space, maybe like margin. We can also change the color and all that, but we already have what we want here. And right here in this guest, we have the two guests as well. So we are close to our design. We can just come down below and create the other components. So now for the footer section, I'll just come right here. Let me open this menu, and this is our case detail. Let me see. let me close it, and we should have the footer section right here. Let's come up here and see. Okay, this is the header section. Let me close this container, and below it I'll just say footer, and I'll import it from the components, and I'll save that, and let's see our footer in a short while. Right, we have the footer section. So that is it for this place detail. Let's move to the next page. So now the next page we want to create is this checkout page. We have this checkout page. We'll be creating these two components. We already have the header and the footer, so we will use that, and we'll create this checkout section. So I'll come here, I'll open this menu, and right in these pages, I'll create, not here, these pages, I'll create a file. I'll call it checkout.jsx, right? And in this checkout, I'll return the function. Let me bring this to the right hand side, say RAFCE, and this is the checkout. So I'll save that. Let me format it. I'll save, and we have the checkout. So I'll come here and I'll copy this, I'll paste it here, and we have that. And the reason I did that is to see this other page. So let me move this here, and right in this app.js, let me come to this app.js. I'll comment this, and I'll call the checkout that we just created now. Say checkout, import that from the pages directory, and I'll save that, and we should have the checkout right here. So let's go to the checkout page, and I will first return the header right here. I'll say the header section. It should be capital H, header section, right? Import that and save that, and I can just import the footer as well, footer section, and save that, right? And we have that. So below here we can now start creating the component, right? I can just say container and start from here. So this would be a all content, the checkout, this and this. So let's start with this checkout information first. For this one, we already created something similar right here. Where is it? Okay, we can't see that page again because I already saved it. That was why I duplicated it here, but I guess since I saved it, we can't see it again. So let me close it since it's not useful again. So we already created something similar in this when we were creating the details page. So we are just going to copy the code, paste it here, and adjust it, style it better so we can achieve this style. So let's get started, and I'll come here, and we have this container which will hold these two components, and I'll create a wrapper. I'll create a wrapper, and in this wrapper we will first have the checkout contents, and we'd have this checkout info, this checkout information, this component, and we'll have this, will I call it reservation information or whatever. So let me first say something like checkout content, and in this checkout content we will have the checkout. Let me give this checkout info, right? And in this checkout info, we will first have this checkout text, that is checkout information. I'll copy that, and I'll say this should be checkout text, and I'll paste that right in there, right? And below this checkout text, we will have this form, right? This form. So we'll create this form real quick. It will have this input field. It will first have this label, then this input field. So I'll create one, and I'll duplicate it 2 times. So let's do that real quick. I'll say form first off, and this form I'll say input container. Let me just say input container, right? And this input container will be a div, and in it I'll say the maybe label. Let me say label or label name, and I'll call this first one name. Let me adjust this and close this. So I'll call it name, label name, and this input, there'll be an input here, right? And this input will just have the input type, the name, text, and all that. But we'll leave it like this for now. When we are working with our API, we'll add the others. Let me just give this one and say type, and let me say text, right? Let's leave that for now. So I'll copy this input container, and I'll paste it 2 more times. You can add as many as you want depending on the number of input fields you want to have. This one I'll say phone number, and the last one I'll say additional message, Right. So that is it. And what else? We have this button, and the button will be inside this form. It will still be inside this form. So let me say submit button. And in this submit button, we have the text. Let me just say submit text, and we have the text called submit, right? And this submit button might can be a button, or should it be? Let me leave it for now like this. And we have the components created. So let's create this styled components. I'll say const. The first one we created is the container. So I'll say container. I'll say styled.div. Import it from styled components, and this first one will be a section. So I'll say section. Oh no, section, right? I'll give the backticks, close that, and copy it and paste it. And I'll change this for the wrapper, paste it right here. And this wrapper will be a div, right? So I can now create for the others and style them accordingly. So let me move this to this side, and I will open this menu and open the checkout in this second side. I'll say checkout right here. So we can close this back and have this at the top, and just be copying it like this. So I'll copy this and paste it here for the checkout content, checkout info, checkout text form. Let me just do that real quick. So I'll change the name for each of them. So I'll do that real quick. I'll say checkout. So I have that created. So I'll just remove this, and we have the components created. So let's change the element for each of them. This will be a div. This checkout content to will be a div. The checkout info div as well. This checkout text, it looks big. I can just give it h1 or h2. The form, this form will be a form, right? To be a form, not yes, form. The input container, that one will be a div. Let me leave it like that. The label name, I'll change the label name. I'll change it to a p tag. The input, yes, will be an input, right? The submit button, what will we give the submit button? Let me see. This submit button, we are going to give it a button, right? And this text will be submit text will be a text. So I'll say the p tag, and this one will be a button, right? So I'll save that, and let's see what we have right here. Okay, we have this tiny little checkout information content or component right there. And let's style it to make it look better. So first off, I want to first give margin the top here. Uh Probably the top. Let's just give it the top alone. We don't need the right and left. Let me say 80 pixels. I'll save that so it will create that margin right up there. So for the wrapper, I want to first give it padding for the right and the left. So we have the space right here. Top and bottom, I'll say 0. Right and left, I'll say 80 pixels, or maybe 80 rem. 8 rem, or so we have that space. So it will create it at the right also, but we won't see that yet. Let's just leave it like that. And this checkout content will still hold the other information that we have right here, this component. So let's leave the checkout content for now and come to the checkout info. When we create this component, we can style the checkout content. But now let's leave the checkout content and come to this checkout info. Now for this checkout info is holding this component, the checkout text and this form, right? So the first thing we need to give this checkout info is, maybe, let me see, checkout info or this content. We can give this space here. Let's leave the checkout info and style this input. Okay, the checkout info, we can increase the font size. Oh no, let me see. That's the checkout text. Let's increase the font size of the checkout text. The checkout text, I'll give it a font size of, say, here's the checkout text. Let me say 4.8 rem. Font size, I'll say 4.8 rem. I'll save that, and yes, it is increased. Now, having done the checkout text, what else can we do here? Let's see the input container. Let's style the input container. I want to say, let me first say gap. I'll say gap, and for this gap I'll say 8 pixels. And what else? I want to give it margin. I'll say margin 20 pixels and say 10 pixels, right? I'll save that. We really do not need this gap. Maybe I should just remove this gap right here, and we have the gap removed. So what else do we want to do right here? The label name, this label name, all these names, I want to first increase the font size of it, and give it font weight, make it bold, and provide the color, change the color. I notice the color is not black, so let me start with the font size. I'll give the font size, I'll say maybe 1.5 rem, 1.5 rem. And for the font weight, I'll say font weight, I'll give it bold, right? And real quick, I want, okay, let me see something. Okay, it's in capital letter. You can probably just style it directly here, capital letter, or just say maybe text transform. Use the text transform property and say uppercase, and change the color to, I want to change the color. I'll give it that code that we've been giving them, B1, B5, and C3. Save that, and we should have the color right there. So it's looking good. We want to also give space at the bottom of the name. So I'll say margin bottom, and I'll give it 12 pixels, and that should create that space between, yes, right there. So let's come to this input. First off, I want to increase the size, so I'll give it the width of 100%. Let me say 100%. And I'll give it, let me height also. We have the width increase. I'll give it height. Let me copy that and paste it here. I'll say height. I'll change this height to say something like maybe 50 or 48 pixels to give us that height. Okay, right, fine. Let me give border radius. So we have it curved, right? I'll say the border radius should be 12 pixels, and I can also, let's see. Okay, we have the border radius right there. And what else? Let's leave that for now. This is quite different from this. Okay, yes, this is wide, can be increased because we have additional message. You can write whatever you want to write. You can make it long, right? So we need to change it. Let's come here. This input right here, this input container. Let me see. We can change the component instead of calling it input right here. We can change it. Let me change it. I'll say additional input, right? So I'll copy this additional input, and below right here I'll paste it, and copy this const, paste it here, and this styled. Oh no, I'll copy it and I'll paste it right here. So I'll change this to text area. That's the element name, text area, and I'll save that, and we should have that. Okay, right, we have this text area. So I can, give those styles to the text area as well. This same style that I gave this input. I'll copy this right here, this text area. I'll paste it here. I'll save that. And let's see. Okay, we have the text area style. Okay, fine. That's fine. Let's come to the button, the submit button right here. The submit button, we have a couple of styles to give it. So let's first come to the text, this paragraph. I'll give it color of white. I want the color to be white. And what else? I also want to give it font size, increase the font size of the text, and maybe give it 25 pixels. And also as well increase the font weight. I mean change the font weight, give it bold, right? And save that. And for this, okay, we have that change. For the button, let's style the button a little bit further. And right in here, I'll first give it border radius. Let's first change border radius to make it curved. And for the border radius, I'll give it 15 pixels. That will make it curved. Let's save that and see. Okay, fine. We need to give it padding, right? Do we need to give it padding? Let's give it cursor pointer. So when we hover on it, it changes to pointer. I don't want any border, so I'll give it border none, and I'll save that, and let's see. Okay, fine. Okay, it doesn't really have over. Doesn't have over. Let me change the background color. I'll change the background color to say, what's the background color? Let me check. Okay, blue. The background color is blue, right? So I'll say blue, right? I'll save that, and we should have it. Okay, right. Let me try something. I'll increase the height and say maybe 5 rem. I'll copy that and paste it. Change the width, and I'll add one to this to make it 15 rem. And let's see. Okay, fine. That's better. Okay. I don't need to use padding then. Okay, we have the button created right there. And that is basically it for the checkout information. Is there any other styles we need to give it? Let me see other components. Okay, yeah, I said we'll come to this checkout content. Is it checkout content or checkout info later on? And okay, fine. Let's come to this checkout. Here we have the information. You know, when you place the order, when you reserve the place, it sends that data right here. You get the data right in this checkout page, and you can input this information and submit it, right? So that's basically the idea around it. So let's create this section. So now moving to this section, this maybe reservation section, as I will call it. I will just come here, and this let me see. Okay, this checkout info is the one that holds this checkout info that we just created right here, and it is wrapped inside this checkout content. We said we've not styled this checkout content because we've not created this section, right? So to create the section, that section, I'll come below this checkout info right inside this checkout content, and I'll create this, let me call it reservation, S-E-R, yes, reservation info. And in this reservation info, let me write that correctly. In this reservation info, we will have another content, another div that will be maybe the checkout. Let me see. Okay, yes, the checkout. We have a container here that we hold this, and after holding this, we can also have another container that we hold this separately and maybe this separately. Right, let's do that. In this, okay, I know what to do. Right, in this reservation info, we will create this, maybe let's call it reservation header, or let's first say checkout container, right? And in this checkout container, we will have this reservation header, right? And this in this reservation header, let me move this here, and so we can see it as we go. So this reservation header, we hold this alone. So in this reservation header, I'll have this place image. So I'll say place image, right? And it will have the image. Let me first say the image. So this image would have this SRC that will take the parts, and we found under the images, and the image name. Let's see the image name. The image name should be that image that we used in this place details. Let me see this place details. Let's check here. Here's the place details. So I'll copy that image, right? This one. Let me just copy it right here, and I'll paste it. Okay, we copied the whole parts. So I'll paste it here, and that is it for the image. Now, what else do we have here? We have this text, this title. So that will be below this place image, right? The place image will hold this. Now this place image, yes, this place image is holding this image itself, and below it we will have this text. So I'll create something that will hold all of this together, and I'll call that div, maybe I'll call it title info, right? This title info, and inside it we first have the title, right? The title, which is this place, entire service classy nature house. I'll paste that right in here, and that's the title. And below it we have this hosted by and this name. We already created that earlier, the hoster, the host name. Let's check here and see if we have that. We can just copy the component and reuse it. Let's just save time and not bother. So below this title, right, still inside this title info, I'll create something. I'll say hoster, right? This hoster will hold this host name and this hosted by this image and this one. And below it we have this another one, this amenities or whatever it is called. So right here, I'll first say host. Let me just say host, and I'll say hosted by, right. And below this hosted by this host, we have this that small image. I'll probably need to change it. I think we can use that avatar. We have avatar already. We have the avatar component created already. Avatar, and I will just give the paths SRC, and I have the avatar under images, and the image name is avatar.jpg. Avatar .jpg, right? And after the avatar, we have this text, this kindy text. So I can just say maybe that's the name, and I'll just say kindy, right? And below it, we have these amenities: one private bath and two bedroom. I'll copy that and I'll put that below this hoster. I'll say amenities, right? And in these amenities, we have this paragraph, which will be this. Uh, let me just say p tag. Let me just give the p tag right here, and I'll paste that right in there, and let me format it properly. Right, I'll cut this two bedroom. I'll cut it out, and I'll cut it out, and I'll duplicate this one. Let me just say the p tag again, and I'll paste it right here, two bedroom. So we have that in the amenities. And okay, that is it for now. So let's come to this section, right? It is at this section that I said I will reuse the components that I used right here. So let me move this a little bit this way, and I'll come to this check-in container, right? This is the check-in container. I'll close this right here, and these other items, we created these other items earlier before. So I'll copy these other items and this check-in container. So let me first paste that. I'll paste that below this checkout container, right? We should have everything inside this checkout container. Let me see the checkout container, right? So this checkout container, I'll paste the other items here. I'll format it properly, and I'll close it up so we can see it correctly. Okay, so I'll copy this check-in container too, and I'll paste it right here. I'll give the space between both of them, and I'll format this properly as well, right? So that is it. And now I'll now copy the styles for each of these. So let me go to the styles right here, starting with this check-in container. I'll copy this check-in container with top content, checkbox, check-in, So let me copy each of them, and we'll restyle them again. So down to this checkbox, right? Checkbox. Okay, we also have the check-in. So let me add the check-in and this new checkout info. Yes, what else again? The date text. We have the date text there. Okay, we do not need the button container. So I'll copy it up to this place. Nope, that should not be cut. That should be copied. And I'll come here right at the top, and I'll paste that. So that is from our place details. I'm pasting it right here in this checkout. And for the order, let's come to the other items. Let me open these other items. So we have the other items, we have the services, the item down to this. I'll copy it, right, and I'll paste it below right here. So let me just say comment order, and for this I'll say the checkout or the check. Yes, let me say checkout, right? So now we have those styles, and we will still restyle it because it won't be exactly like this. We'll restyle it, but let's first create the components, style component for these ones that we created earlier. This header, here is it, this reservation header, right? This reservation header and this reservation information. So I'll come here. Let's use this to, let's start from here. So this, okay, let me just create the const, and I'll say the first one is the reservation info. I'll paste that here, and I'll say styled.div. That should be styled.div. Yes, it will be a div. I'll give the backticks and I'll close that. So I'll paste it a couple of times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's just paste it right, and let's change the name. So I'll change the name. Let me do that real quick. Right, so we have that created, all the components. So now let's change the elements for each of them. This reservation info will be a div. The checkout container 2 will be a div. The reservation header would be a div as well as the place image. For this image will be an img. The title info will be a div. The title will not be a div. It will be maybe h1. Let me see. Title, let's you can give it a paragraph, or it doesn't matter, let's just leave it like that. And the hoster would be, let me see, where's the hoster? It will be a div. The host will not be a div, it will be a paragraph. Let's see, the avatar would be img, right? And what else? This name would be a div, or no, maybe a paragraph or a span, and these amenities too will be a div holding this private bath and bedroom. This avatar, we can just remove this avatar maybe and style it inline, just give it some inline styles, and let's save this component. Let's save this and see what we have right here. We should have it below. Okay, we have some components not defined. Calendar today and person. Okay, right, I know where it is coming from. This avatar, first off, I'll copy this and I'll paste it right here. And the icons that we added, we have this warning that it is not defined, so let's define it today. And this person icon, I'll import that and save that. We should have it below right here. Okay, avatar is not defined. I already removed avatar. Let me see, where is the avatar coming from? I already removed avatar. Avatar. Let me type the avatar out and see where it is coming from. Control D. We just have one avatar, and that is this image right here. Avatar is not defined. Let me refresh. Okay, right. That's us. We have this created right here. Let me undo this avatar I created right there. Save that. So now we have this component. You can see it's all looking good now. So, but the styles are broken. So I need to, let me refresh. Why am I still getting this ABART? Okay, I'll save that and it should be gone. So let's put it at this side, just as we have this right here. And I'll go back to that component I created earlier. This one, the checkout content that I said we'll come back to later. I'll come here and I'll give it the display flex, right? And that would align it at this right hand side. Right, so we see it right here. Now this is it. So we are getting close, and yes. So what else do we want to do? First off, we will first create this container, reduce this image, increase the font sizes, and style this better. Let's see what we have here. Okay, let's get started, and I'll come to this. Let me close this up. Now starting with this reservation header, right? I want to make the content in this reservation header align horizontally right here, this image and all this text. And in this reservation header, I will just give it that same display flex. I'll say display flex right here, and I'll save that, and we should have this align here horizontally. We'll style it better very soon. And we see that this, okay, now this image has this width and is taking this full space. But if you see here, you see that this width that this checkout info is taking is a bit wider than this. So we need to use that flex property to position it properly. So this is the reservation info, right? And this is the checkout info. They are both in this checkout content. So all I need to do is come to this checkout content right here. I'll give it the flex. I'll say flex, and I'll say one. I'll copy it and I'll come right to this reservation info, and I'll also give it that flex one, and I'll save that, and let's see what we have. Okay, we won't see it yet. Let's reduce this image size, or let's do something. Let's come here to this image. Here's the image. I'll give it height and width. I'll say width, let me say 100%. I'll copy that and paste it. I'll give the height as well, right? And I'll save that. And I want to do something else. Okay, yeah, right. We see it. We see they are taking the full width now. We see they are taking the equal width. I mean, equal width. But yeah, it doesn't look equal. This is wider than this. So all I need to do is come back to this reservation, no, to this checkout info, and increase this flex. If I give it 1.5, you see that it will come right, you see. But if we check here, we see, okay, it's at this side. Okay, it's not really up to 1.5. Let me say 1.3 or maybe 1.4, and it should move right. So it's probably, I think it's better right now. It's better like this, so we can just style this a bit further. So what else do we want to do? Let me give the border radius to this image. I'll say border radius, and I'll give it 16 pixels, so it has that curved edges right here, right? So let's increase the font size of this uh text that we have right here. So I'll come here. Let me see the text. Let me open this up. So the text is this title. So I'll start with the title. I'll give it a font size of 2 rem. So I'll say font size. I'll say 2 rem. And also let me save that. Let me save that and see. Okay, right. I want to give it this space right here. Or before that space, I'll come to this hoster. This hoster that holds these three contents. I'll give the hoster maybe display flex. I'll say display flex, right? And I'll save that, and this should be on the same line, right? Let me increase the font size of all these text. I'll copy this font size. I'll come to this host. I'll paste it there, and I'll change it. Let me see, what can I change it to? Let me check what we have here and see how big. Okay, it's not really big. I'll give it maybe 1.6 rem. Let me see, 1.6 rem, and I'll save that. And for the name as well, which is also a span, I'll paste that font size right in here too, and I'll change it to 1.6. Okay, it's also 1.6. Say 1.6, and I'll save that. I'll make it bold. Say font weight, and I'll say bold. Right, I'll save that. And what else do I want to give it? Let me see. Okay, let's see what we have here. Let me reduce this font, this image. I'll reduce the image size. So I'll come right here to this image. I'll give it this inline styles, right? So right in here, I can just say style. Say style, give the curly braces 2. And the first one, width, I'll give it width of 24, and as well as height too. I'll give the height to 24. Right, I'll save that, and we should have it reduced. Right, so that is it. So this private part and the amenities, I'll come right here to these amenities, and I'll first give it the display flex. Say flex, and it should align horizontally. Right, so we have that created. The title, is it bold? Okay, the title is not bold. It's not bold. What else can I come and do here? I will change the color of these amenities. Let me change the color. I'll say color. I'll give it a code, and the code is that hash 777E90. Right, I'll copy it and I'll paste it for this hosted by this host. Right, I'll paste it here, and I'll save that, and we should have the color change right there. So that is it. Let me format this hoster. For this hoster too, I'll give maybe margin. I want to give margin for the top, say 10 pixels, top and bottom, and the right and left. This is the hoster, right? I want to separate it from this title and these amenities, right? That's why I'm giving top and bottom, right? 10 pixels. So we should have that space, separated right there. This name too, I want to give margin at the left hand side. So I'll come here and say margin. Let me just say margin left, and I'll give the margin left to be, I'll say 8 pixel, and I'll save that, and we should have that space created right there. So let me see, is it margin left? Yes, it is margin left. We gave it here, and that is for the name. So what else can we style? So let's come to this reservation header. Here is the reservation header. It should be at the top. Let me see. Okay, this is the reservation header. We have the reservation header here, and in this reservation header, I want to align these items at the center. So I'll say align items center. Right, we have there. And now let's come to this, say semicolon expected. Okay, let's come to this container holding this entire content, and that is the reservation. Let's see, that's the reservation info, right? This reservation info, let's give this reservation info more styles. So the first one I want to do is that I want to give it that border. So yeah, so that border around it, I'll say 1 pixels. I'll say solid, and I'll give it the color code. I'll say E6, E8, and EC, right? So I'll save that, and let's see the border right there. So we have it right there, but we do not see that, this space in between, and we need to give padding to be able to see that. So I'll come here below. I'll say padding. I'll give all sides, both right, left, bottom, and the top. I'll give it 10 pixels. We have the padding, but that is somehow small. Let me give some additional styles. I'll say border radius. It has this border radius around it. I'll say 24 pixels and save that, and we should see the border right there. So now we are getting closer to our design. And what else can we do right here? Let's come here and see. Okay, border, we need to give this more space and style this a little bit better. So let me see what we have to do here. Okay, all these are in place. We just need to style it a little bit more. Right, so let's come here. I'll come to the code right here and I'll come right to this let's see this image. Let me see this image. Okay, we have this place image holding this image. Let me come to this place image and let's style it. Let me first do something. I want to let me copy this width. I want to give this width and height to this image, right? Copy it, paste it, and save that. And here we have that reduced. I also want to give margin right. Let me see, say margin right, and I'll give it say maybe 2.5. Let me just say 24 pixels, and I'll save that. And let's add some other styles to this content. We need to give this space here. Yes, and I'll come right to below this image. Let me leave it here. Let's continue the styles in this side and be looking at the component right here. So now this place image, let me see the place image or this reservation. Let's see the reservation info. This reservation info. This padding is too small. It's too small. Let me say something like 34 pixels. Okay, right. This is better. We have the padding. We have that space right here. So that is for the reservation info. This check-in container. Let me see what we can do here. You can either give this check-in container margin top or we give this reservation header. Let's do that for the check-in container, this one. So I'll come to this check-in container, adjust the styles here. So this check-in container, I'll remove this margin bottom for now. Yes, I'll change it to margin, just margin, and I'll give the top and bottom 0, 30 pixels, right? You see we have that space created right there. So I'll change this padding. Let me give it padding top and I'll leave it as 20 or maybe change it to 24 pixels. The border radius too, we leave it like that. The background color, we have the background color, can leave it like that too. And yes, let me save that and see what we have there. Okay, let's continue with the styles. This top content, we can leave it display flex, then margin 0, right, left, justify content. Let's give justify display flex. Okay, here's the top content. This is the top content. Okay, so let me cut this out and save and see what we have. Okay, we have that space and let me say justify content space between, save that. And okay, that is not what we want. The styles is broken. This checking checkbox, let's see this checkbox. This checkbox is the one holding all of this content. Let's check the checkbox here. Okay, we have display flex and justify content space between. Let me see. Let's remove this and save that. Okay, and I'll come here below and this checkbox, I'll give it that margin. Okay, let me undo it first off, and this margin that I have here, I'll copy it right here. Oh, this is the checkbox. Okay, now okay, let's leave it like this. Okay, we want that space at the top, at the bottom. We want the space at the right, and yes, this top bottom. This is the top right bottom. Yes, at this bottom, we want that margin right there. So this date text, we don't really need to change it. 1 rem, 1.8 rem, font weight, bold, and let me see what else. And the font weight, margin top 0.1 rem. Okay. Let's come here. Let me see. This is the top content. I guess because I copied those styles and pasted it right here, so everything is okay. I need to change this. I shouldn't use. Okay, let me see. I don't want to use this right here because we are not entering any inputs. We don't have to use the input here. We can just display the text. The users do not need to change the input right here in this checkout. It's what they selected right at the place details that they will get right here. So let's change that. I'll come here to this checkout, to this check-in checkout. Yes, this new check-in checkout. I'll change this from this input. Yes, I guess that's one of the things we need to do. I'll change it from this input. I'll change it to a div, right? No, not a div. It shouldn't be a div. Let me see. It should just be a text. Okay, this check-in checkout should be a text. And let me see. Okay, yes, I'll remove this. This shouldn't be here, right? Should not be there. Let me copy this text. It should just be text. I'll paste it here, and this I'll remove this. And okay, yes, this date text is this. Is this date text? So I'll do that. The same thing for this as well. I'll paste it right here, and we should have that. Let me save it and let's see what we have. Okay, we have those date text. And why is it bold? Should we leave it as bold as it is? No, it's not bold here. So let me come to this date text and change. I'll remove this and leave it as a normal text like this. So that is it. What else can we do right here? Let me see. Let me see. Oh, okay. We are almost close to the design. This space right here. It is too close. We need to give that space at this side. I'll come to this. Another thing I want to do here is come to this. Let me see this checkout info. So I'll come to this checkout info right here, and maybe I can give this checkout info padding at the left or at the right here. This is checkout info. Let me say padding. I'll say padding right, and I'll give it 40 or 48 pixels, and I'll save that. And we should have, okay, we have that space right there. We have that space, and let's see what else we can do right here. Let me come to the component, this check-in container. I want to add more styles to this check-in container. This is the check-in container. We have the top content, right? Let's look at the styles here. Let me come here. Okay, it should be at the top. Okay, this is the check-in container, the top content. So right here in this check-in container, I can, let me see, this space, we are not having this space right here, but we have at the top. Okay, okay, so we have the padding at the top. Let me see. Okay, yes, let me just remove this. This is what is causing it. That is why we do not have the space, the padding right there. So I'll just save that, and let's see. Okay, fine. Exactly what we wanted. Let me change it to 20, and I'll see that. Okay, fine. This is better. This is what we wanted. I can change, okay, the color. I don't need to change the color. They are okay. You can change these icons. You can change it as you want. So we have the margin 30, the padding 20, right? And we have the background color and the border radius, right? So let's come back to this reservation header. Let's go to the reservation header styles, and let's see what we can do in this reservation header. So at this reservation header, we have this place, this image, right? This title information, and this, poster. Okay, the title info, okay, wraps this content together. Okay, let me close this title info and the, let me see, the place image, right? So we have the title info and the place image in this reservation header. Okay, so they are taking, let's do something here. Okay, to reduce this image, yes, we can increase the width of this and reduce that of this. Okay, yes, let's try that. I will use that flex property. So this place image right here, let me say flex. I'll say flex. I'll say 1. I'll copy that, and this title info, right? In this title info, I'll paste that flex there, and I'll change it from 1 to maybe 1.5. Let's see how wide it will be. Okay, yes. Okay, so it's close. We have that. Okay, yes, that is exactly what we want, and that is it. So we have that image smaller. So you can maybe give it 1.6 or 1.4, leave it as 1.5 as it is, and you are good to go. Okay, fine. It's better like this. So that is it for the place, the for the checkout information, or for the checkout page. You have the checkout page created, and that is it. Or we can just come right here to, let me see, this. I don't like the way this is. I don't like the way it is. It is too close together.
and that is at the title info, right? So this title info, I can just come here, let me just say style, and I'll give this curly braces, and let me just say margin right, or better still, you can just create the style component for it, and style it better that way. I'll say 15 pixel, right? And we have that space right in there. And in these amenities, maybe I can just give it a font size. I can just say font size, and maybe I can just say 1.6 rem and save that, and we should have that increased. So that is it for the checkout page. We have created the checkout page, and let's move to creating other pages. So moving on to the next section, we'll be starting with the sign up page. This sign up page. So I'll come here to this, open this menu, and right here in this pages directory, I'll create a file here. I'll call it signup.jsx. So in this signup file, I'll create the function, and yes, we have the sign up component. So now we have this checkout page right here. So all I need to do is come to this app.js, and I'll comment it out, and I'll return the sign up page. I'll say sign up, and you import that from the pages right there, and I'll save that, and we should have the sign up page right here. So now let's visualize and see what we'll be building right here. So it's very simple. I created this sign up page to be as simple as possible. We just have this input form, and we have this container, right? And this text. So let's do that real quick, and that should be very simple and straightforward. So right in this, I'll be returning here a container, right? And in this container, this would be the main, the whole section, and in this container I would have a wrapper that will hold this content, this wrapper itself, right? So in the wrapper, let me move this right here so we can see it. Oh, I have to reduce it. Let me just reduce it, and I can close all this. Let me close this, right? So I'll open it again, and we get the warning because we've not defined the styled component. So right in this wrapper, let me define the styled component first, and so we can, or I can just close it right here. So now in this wrapper, we have this text and this label name and all this. So I'll create one for each of them, and I'll duplicate it. But first, let me create the sign up text. So right in here, I'll say sign up text, right? And this sign up text will be maybe an header. So in it, I'll just say sign up, right? And below this sign up text, I'll create another component that will be the form that we hold all of this input field. So I'll say form, right? And in this form, we'll first have the first one, the input container. And in this input container, the first thing we want to put right here is this label, this name. So in here, I'll just say label name, and what we have in the label name is the full name. So the next thing we have is the inputs, right? So below it, I'll say inputs, and this will be an input element. So say inputs, right? So I can copy this and paste it 3 more times for the email, 2 more times for the email, and for the password, right? I'll change this label to email, and I'll change this to password, right? So what else do we need to do? This button, yeah, I can just create. It would have to be inside the form, still inside the form. I'll say sign up button, right? And in this sign up button, we have the sign up button text, and the text I'll just pass sign up, right? So we have that button created, and we need to create this. Already have an account. If you already have an account, sign in. If you do not have an account, then if you click the sign in button, it will direct you to the sign in page. But I'll have to do this below this form. It should not be inside the form. So I'll create another component here, and I'll call it account, right? And in this account, we have the first one, the text, which is the already sign in. I'll paste that right in there, and below it, which is right next after it, we have the sign in component. So I'll say sign in, right? And I'll give the text sign in, right? So that is it with the component. So let's create these for the styles. So I'll say const The first one is the container. I'll say container and I'll say styled.div, or let me say style.section. Should be a section. Give the backticks and I'll close that up. So I'll do the same for the wrapper. I'll say const and I'll paste the wrapper. Then I'll say styled.div. The wrapper would be a div and I'll give the backticks, close that and copy this and paste it. This is for the sign up text and I'll copy this and let me paste it few number of times. Name, input and sign up button, sign up text, account, text and sign in. So let me quickly change each of these components. I'll do that real quick. So I'll save that and let's see what we have right here. Okay, styled. We've not imported the styled component. So I'll import that and we see what we have here. Okay, right. We have all these text, this tiny little text, and let's, just style them. Or okay, we've not added the elements. We've not added the element. That's why some of them are like this. And the wrapper is a div. This sign up text is an H1, an heading. So I'll come here to this sign up text. I'll change it to H1. This form will be a form. I'll change it to form. This input container will be a div, right? And this label name will be maybe a paragraph. Let's give it p tag. And this input will be an input, right? And this sign up button, let me see the sign up button. That should be a button, right? Let's leave it as a button. Let me change it to button. And this sign up text would be a text. I will give it a paragraph, and this account will be a div, and this text will be a paragraph, and the sign in would also be a paragraph, right? So I'll save that again and let's see what we have. Okay, fine. We have this text and this input field. So let's give more styles to it. I'll close this up and I'll come here to this container. Let's start with the container, which is the section. So starting with the section, I'll come here to the top at the section and I want to make this come to the center. And so I'll first, I want to use align items and justify content. But I have to first use display flex. I'll say display flex and I'll say align items and I'll give it center. I'll say justify content as well. I'll say center, save that. And what else? I want to give it a background color. Let me say background color and I want this color to be I'll give it this code. Let me just paste the code right here. And after that, I want to let me save it and see. I want it to take the full width of this. It's not taking the full width or the height, the full height of this place of the content of the web page that we have right here. So I'll say minimum height and I'll give it 100%. I'll save that and we should have that right there. Let's see what we have. I'll give the width as well. I'll copy that and paste it, change this to width and I'll give that, it shouldn't be 100%. So I'll give it minimum height. I'll say min height and I'll give it 100 VH and that should take the full height of the web page, right? So we have that created right there and we have it at the center. So let's come to this wrapper. Let me see the wrapper holding all this content. Before coming to the wrapper, let me first give this sign up text. I want to increase the font size. So I'll give it a font size of let me say 3 rem and I'll save that and that should be increased. Right? Yes. So let's do that for the label too as well. I'll come to this label name, right? And I'll paste it, increase the font size. The label shouldn't be actually, too big. So I'll give it say maybe 1.5 rem. I'll save that and we have that increased for the label. Now I want to give this background, this color, this container that we have here, give it this border as well and maybe some padding thereabout. I'll come here and I'll come to this wrapper which is holding all this content. I'll come to the wrapper. I will first, maybe give it a background color. I'll give it a background color. Let me use this RGB and I'll just pass 255, 255, 255. So I guess we should have that white color right here. You can see it, but we won't see it clearly yet because we still need to give some padding and all that. So we'll give that later on as time goes on. So what else do we need to style again? Let me see the this input container. Let me come to this input container and give it margin. So we have a clear and distinct space between each of the content. So for the top and bottom, I'll say 10, and for the right and left, I'll say 20. And I'll save that. And yes, we have that right there, the margin for the sides. Now, let's come to this. Let me see. Okay, this label name, we can give this label name maybe margin at the bottom. I'll say margin bottom, and I can give it maybe 8 pixels. So we just have that space in between. Yes, the label name too, I think we can change the color. Let me see. Okay, it's black here. We do not need to change the color. And what else can we do right in here? This inputs. I want to adjust this input field. Come here to this input, and what I'll need to do first is maybe give it some height. I'll just say maybe 1.5 rem, as well as the width. I'll say maybe 30, I don't know, let me say 30 rem or 30 rem. I'll save that, and we have that space. Okay, it looks too wide. We are going to adjust that. I need to give it padding. Let me first say padding of 10 pixel, right? And as well as border. Do we really need the border? I can give it a border of 1 pixel, and I'll say solid, and the color should be white, right? I'll save that, and okay, we do not see it. It should not be this way. Let me remove the border for now. I'll comment the border out. It cannot be white. What else can we do? If we do on focus, if we use that pseudo on focus or focus of the CSS, we can give it maybe outline none or something. But let's just leave it like this for now. We'll style it later on if there's need to. And another thing I need to do is come to this button, this sign up button, and we need to adjust the button, the styles. Let me first say maybe something like 5 rem, and I will say the width should be 15 rem, and as well as the margin. I need to give some margin in this sign up button. So we have for the top, bottom, right, and left, I'll say 20 pixels. I'll save all of that, and we have this button right here. I'll give it a cursor pointer so we can, when we hover on it, it you know changes to a pointer. I'll give it a border of none because I don't want any border. We see this border right here, and I'll change it. I can give the background, maybe the background color. I can give it blue, yes, and I'll save that. And right, we have that. So we need, the next thing we need is a border radius. So I'll say border radius, and I want it a little bit curved. Let me just say 15 pixels. I'll save that, and we have that, curved right there. The text is black. I need to change it to white. I'll come here to this sign up button text, and I'll give the first one, I'll say color. I want it to be white. I want to increase the font size as well, and I'll do that in here. I'll say maybe 25 pixels, and the font weight too as well should be bold. Let's change it to bold, and if we save that, we should have this right. It's better like that. So this account right here, let's see what we have in this account. We have this already have an account and this sign in text. They are not on the same line. They should be horizontal like this on the same line, but they are not on the same line. So the first thing I need to do is come to this account, and right here in this account, which is a div, I'll give it a display flex, say display flex, and having given it display flex, if I've saved that, we should have it on the same line, right? So maybe I can just give margin at the bottom, maybe let me see, margin bottom, and for the margin bottom, I'll give it 20 pixels, as well as, let's see what we have there. Okay, we have there, I want to bring it to the center. Let me say align items. We'll say align items. Why is it not bringing it? Not bringing the options. Okay, let me type it manually. Say align items. Oh, because I didn't close this, right? And I'll say center. Oh no, CENTER. Oh, why is it bringing that for me? Center. I'll save that, and we should have the text come to the center right here. Okay, this is not working. Is there a typographical error here? Align. This is the correct spelling. Okay, align items. Sorry, it shouldn't be item. Align items, and we should have that at the center right there. And we do not have it at the center. Let me see what exactly is wrong here. This is the account. This is the text. Let's style the text first off, and we come back to that. Let me increase the font size of the text, and I'll give it, say, maybe 20 pixels, right? And that should be increased. Now we need to make it bold. The text is bold. I'll say font weight bold, right? I'll save that, and we should have it bold, right? So this sign in paragraph, this text is actually a link, and we've not, dealt with routing, navigation, and all that. So I'll leave this for now. We'll come back to it later when we are dealing with the routing and all that. So it can take us to this sign in page. So I'll leave that for now as it is, and let's give additional styles to it. I want it that if I hover on it, it changes the color to black. So I'll come right here to this button, and let's see what we can do to it. I'll give it the pseudo code, the pseudo. So I'll give it the over property. I'll say over, right, and give the curly braces. And when we over on it, I want the color to change to black, right? And I'll save that, and let me see if I over on it, it should change to black, but it is not changing. Let me give the color white first. I need to give the color white with this width white, and I'll save that. And we do not still see the overing. Let me see what we have here. We do not see the overing. I want it that if I hover on it, it will change this text color to black. So I'll come here. Here's the button. Maybe to this text button, I can just give it this over property. I'll say this ampersand, and I'll say over, right? And I'll say when we over on it, change the color to black. I'll save that, and we should have it right here. So that is it for this page. Let's see, we can style this much better. Okay, this sign up, we want to change this text, and let me see, others are kind of better the way they are. We give this space right here, and yes, let's do that. Let me come here. I'll close this up, and the first thing we need to come is go to this sign up text. We have the font size increased. Yes, that is good. What else do we want to do right here again? We want to give it this space at the bottom right here, and change this text to uppercase. So I'll come here first. I'll say margin, and I'll give it 3 rem, and I'll say text transform. Text transform. There are several properties here. You have the line through. You have the uppercase and all that lowercase. So I'll say lowercase, no, uppercase, and I'll save that. And yes, we have it in uppercase. Okay, this our wrapper. I think it needs to have background, but I mean this border. It already has background, but we need to give it this curved border, right? So I'll come here to this wrapper, and let's see what we can give it here. I'll say this border radius, and for the border radius I'll give it 25 pixels, and I'll save that. And yes, we have it curved right there. So let's see what else we can do here again. I'll close this up, and let me see this text. I want to align this text at the center, so I'll go back to the wrapper, no, to this sign up text. I'll just give it a property of align items center, and I'll save that, and we should have it at the center. Let's see what it gives us. We do not get the align items center, and maybe I need to first give it display flex, and I'll say flex, and I'll save that. And let's see what we have right here. So I'll come here below here. I'll give it flex direction. I'll say flex direction. I'll say column, and I'll save that, and we have it right at the center. So basically that's it for the sign up, and we have the sign up page created. And let's move to creating the sign in page. So for the sign in page, it is quite similar. This is the sign in page. We just have to copy these components, and use it the same styles as exactly like this in this sign in page, and we'll change some things. So right here, let me open the menu, and I'll come here. I'll create a file. I'll call it signin.jsx. Right, in this I'll create a function, and this is the sign in component. Now what I just need to do is, okay, there's a typo right here. Let me change it. I'll change it. The spelling is not correct. It should be sign in, right? Sign in. Let me copy this, and this is sign in right here. So I'll change it across all places here, paste it, and we have that. So I'll save this and I'll come to the app.js file. I'll comment this sign up and I'll define the sign in, import that and save it. And if we check, we have the sign in. So I'll just come here to this sign up. Here's the sign up page, and I'll copy all the components here. This container, I'll copy everything right here, and I will paste it, return it right here in this sign in, format this properly, and I'll copy the styles as well from this sign up. From here, we'll style this sign in later, this paragraph. I'll copy all from here, this container, copy it and come here to the sign in, paste it at the top right here, and I'll save that. Okay, we have some errors and it says here we cannot redeclare. Okay, so I need to change this. This should be sign up. I'll change that first. Sign up, and this should be sign up. Right, I'll save that. Okay, I'll need to change it here as well. Sign up and save that. Okay, we need to import styled components. So I'll come here and say styled, import it and save that. And we have the sign up. So we change some things right here. It should be sign in, right? And we should just have the email and password right there. So I'll come here and change this to email, and I'll change this to password. And yes, I will remove this last one. We just need two, right? And I'll save that. We have the button right there, and this is called sign in, right? I'll change that to sign in, and this do not have an account. I'll copy that and I'll paste it right here. I'll remove this already have an account, paste it, and I'll change this to sign in, right? So the styles are similar. We just need to, save time and, do it like that. We have the sign in page created as well, right? So that is it for the sign in page, and that is basically all of the front end components. So it's more or less like we've created all the pages for the front end. So we now need to go to, move to the API, start creating the APIs and, integrating them in the front end. So let me come to this app.js, and before I'll comment this out and uncomment this home page, and I'll save that, and we have the home page right here. So let's start making all of this content dynamic. We are through with the front end. We need to, go to the back end and make all this, components, all this data, make everything dynamic. So that is it for the front end.